This woman was about to lose her life by hanging when she said something in her last words that shocked everyone. What she said could change everything the world knew. Do not forget to subscribe and activate the bell button. If you don't, I'm afraid you might not see us again. Now go to the story. Amaka, a woman in her prime, found herself in a place where hope seemed as distant as freedom. Locked in the depths of solitary confinement, she was the focus of a trial that had captured the attention of the entire city. Accused of kidnapping and murdering Bella, the daughter of a famous judge in Nigeria named Chukwuemeka, who had been missing for 5 years, the woman faced not only the possibility of a death sentence, but also the relentless judgment of public opinion. The media coverage was relentless, painting her as a monster even before her trial was over. The people of the city, thirsting for justice for little Bella, saw Amaka as the embodiment of all their fears and hatreds, with no room for doubt or compassion. However, despite the public outcry for her conviction, the detainee remained strangely calm, like an enigma that not even her lawyer could unravel.
Why don't you say anything? Why don't you defend yourself? We could negotiate a deal if you cooperate.
Her lawyer was perplexed, unable to understand his client's obstinate silence.
It doesn't matter what I say. They've already made their choice.
Amaka replied calmly, her eyes lost in a distant point on the wall of her cold cell. Her voice, although firm, carried the weight of years of suffering, a burden she bore alone. Imprisoned, the 32-year-old woman lived her days with a deep sadness, but also with a dignity that defied her desperate situation. Despite being on the brink of execution, she refused to let fear and hopelessness overwhelm her, standing firm in the belief that the truth was the only faithful companion she had left. On the eve of her execution, a visit from a priest offered Amaka the chance to make her last confession, a ritual for many in her situation, but for her, just another reminder of her imminent fate.
Would you like to confess, child?
There is nothing I can say that will change my fate, Father. The truth will die with me,
she said, her voice tinged with sadness. As night fell over the prison, Amaka spent the last hours before her cruel fate in deep reflection. She thought about her mistakes, about the choices that had led her to that fateful moment, on a journey that only she knew in its entirety. The walls of her solitary confinement, silent witnesses to her anguish, seemed to close in around her, like a dark omen to the approaching end.
Yeah, I think this is the end,
she sighed. And so she faced the dawn of her last day, a woman condemned not only by the law, but also by the incomprehension and fear of an entire city, preparing to face her fate with the same enigmatic serenity that had accompanied her throughout the trial. So you can better understand why she was being sentenced to death. It all happened 5 years ago. Amaka's case shocked the city and paralyzed the country as she was convicted of the terrible charge of kidnapping and murdering the judge's daughter. Her story was a complex web of forbidden love, revenge, and twisted justice. She had accused Judge Chukwuemeka of having an affair with her, an allegation he vehemently denied, and which put his reputation in jeopardy. However, things took a tragic turn one fateful day when the judge's wife was returning home with Bella, their 3-year-old daughter, and Amaka caused an accident that resulted in the death of the wife and the subsequent kidnapping of the child. The city of Abuja cried out for justice, fueled by a collective rage against the criminal they believed was responsible for the tragedy. Captured in her own home, the woman faced a trial where all the evidence seemed to point against her. Despite her fervent denials, the conviction of her guilt was unshakable. Convicted, she was sent to prison, where she spent the next 5 years in solitary, an additional punishment imposed by Judge Chukwuemeka himself to isolate her completely, preventing any form of empathy or understanding that might arise from interactions with other inmates. Amaka's life in prison was marked by loneliness and despair, a dark reflection of her sealed fate. Over time, she began to accept the end that awaited her, with a resignation born not of peace, but of the exhaustion of fighting a seemingly inevitable fate. It was then, on the eve of her execution, hours after the priest had visited her, that an unexpected encounter brought new torment to her already bleak reality. Chukwuemeka, the man who had been the epicenter of her misfortune, visited her in her cell, and after she had angrily hurled a million insults at him, he, with a vengeful smile, simply said,
"I hope you rot in hell just like Bella."
He exclaimed, his words filled with a hatred that seemed to consume him. Amaka recoiled immediately, stunned by the venom in his words, and for a second, she was paralyzed, only able to watch as he walked away, leaving her with the cruel promise that he would see her for the last time the next day. That meeting left the woman even more isolated in her pain, as a reminder that, in addition to her imminent execution, the real torture was the unwavering hatred of those who condemned her without seeking to understand the complexity of her story. The next day arrived, and the woman hadn't been able to sleep. The night had been a long vigil of despair, each minute dragging by with the heaviness of her sentence and with the judge's visit.
Just like Bella.
And after much reflection, on that fateful morning, the reality of her destiny imposed itself with devastating force on her heart. As soon as the guards came for her, her survival instinct made her scream, denying the inevitable, crying out for justice in a world that seemed to have forgotten its meaning.
No, he's lying! You have to continue with the case!
She shouted, but her words were drowned out by her sentence. The guards dragged her into the execution room, and within a minute, Amaka found herself surrounded by gazes full of anticipation, witnesses, thirsting for justice, or perhaps just the final spectacle of a tragedy, filled the small space.
"You're finally going to pay for your crimes, you murderer!"
Some murmured, as her head was forced into the hanging rope, her despair growing as the reality of her imminent end approached. The tension filled the room, a mixture of anticipation and horror, as they prepared the woman for execution. She could feel the weight of every gaze fixed on her, each one echoing the judgment that had condemned her. And when everything was ready, in the midst of this whirlwind of emotions, the guard in charge of the execution approached with a question that carried the weight of a final farewell.
"Do you want to say your last words?"
Yes, I do.
Amaka managed to say, her voice firm despite the fear that consumed her. It was then that she noticed, even in her state of agony, a satisfied smile on the judge's face, who was sitting in the audience, watching everything. An expression that gave her an unexpected strength to reveal a truth she had kept hidden for so long.
If you execute me now, I will take with me the truth about the kidnapping of little Bella. I know where she is because I'm her mother. She's alive, and I can prove it. Get that asshole's cell phone.
She declared, her voice gaining strength with every word. The room plunged into shocked silence, and everyone turned to Chukwuemeka. Her lawyers immediately asked for the execution to be stopped. And so she was paralyzed by the magnitude of her revelation. The judge, trying to maintain his verbiage of authority, quickly tried to discredit her.
"That woman is crazy. Hang her now."
He ordered angrily, but the convict didn't let herself be silenced.
Do you deny that she is on your grandparents' farm?
She challenged him, making the man swallow his fear, his mask of confidence finally falling. He once again accused her of being crazy and got up to leave. However, the detectives present, acting with a new urgency in the face of the shocking turn of events, intervened.
"Please, sir, we need you to sit down and give us your cell phone."
One of the officers said, facing Chukwuemeka's fury.
"Do you know who you're talking to? I could have you arrested."
He retorted, but his defensiveness only served to arouse more suspicion. While Amaka had her neck removed from the rope and the judge was detained for questioning, the world outside began to absorb the impact of the news. The press, in a frenzy, covered every development, and the case that seemed closed opened up again, full of possibilities and questions. With the execution cancelled, Amaka became the center of global attention, with everyone eager to understand the reasons behind this unprecedented decision. In the interrogation room, the air was tense, charged with the gravity of the revelations that had just come to light. The convict, in custody, finally had the opportunity to tell her story. A narrative of forbidden love, betrayal, and a desperate search for the truth, totally different from what was presented to the people by the judge. The woman explained in a firm voice that little Bella was the fruit of a secret relationship she was having with Chukwuemeka, a married man who had promised to leave his infertile wife to be with Amaka and their daughter. However, frightened by the possibility of a scandal, he took the decision to disappear with the baby and his wife, claiming to have adopted Bella to fill the void left by their inability to have children of their own. The judge listened to this and retorted,
"Do you think I would kill my own wife and daughter to incriminate you?"
he said, laughing sarcastically during the interrogation.
"That's absurd! She's crazy! I demand to be released now!"
He shouted, his arrogant posture not hiding the tremor of fear at the possibility of being unmasked. Bella's true location remained a mystery until Amaka found out. It only took one slip for her to realize how much he had framed her. The inmate revealed a crucial detail, a memory of her time with the man who became the key to unraveling the girl's whereabouts.
When we were having an affair, we went to visit his grandparents because his grandmother was sick. He introduced me as his assistant, and we spent 3 days on that farm. It's a very isolated place. They hardly go into town because they have everything there. I was delighted with the calm of the farm and the sunsets, but Orlando hated the place. He called it hell.
The judge's words on the eve of the execution, wishing that Amaka would
Rot in hell, just like Bella.
suddenly made sense. The woman had connected the dots, realizing that the man had inadvertently revealed her daughter's hiding place. The judge tried to dismiss the accusation, insisting that Bella's grandparents had died years ago and that allegations were nothing more than the inventions of a disturbed mind. However, the determination in the woman's voice and the irrefutable logic of her argument raised enough doubts for the authorities to decide to investigate.
Just go there and you'll see. And don't let him call anyone or he'll have Bella taken away.
The prisoner warned, full of urgency. The chief of police, now faced with the possibility of a twist in the case, ordered the judge to stay put while a team of officers was sent to check the farm. The press, eager for every development, was in a frenzy at the unexpected turn of events. The world stood still, eager to understand whether Amaka's shocking claim about Bella's location and well-being would prove it true. The investigation that unfolded over the next few days was more surprising and revealing than anyone could have imagined. Keeping Chukwuemeka under strict surveillance at the police station to avoid any attempt at interference, the authorities followed the coordinates provided by Amaka to a remote farm where the truth was waiting to be discovered. When they arrived at the indicated location, they found not only Isabella, now 8 years old, but also an elderly couple who turned out to be the child's paternal great-grandparents. They told the police everything. They said that their grandson, Chukwuemeka, had come to them 5 years ago, bringing Bella, a small 3-year-old baby, on the pretext that the girl was in danger. He had instructed the grandparents to raise Isabella in secret, claiming that her safety depended on absolute secrecy.
"If anyone finds out she's here, they will hurt her,"
said the judge. The discovery of this web of lies and corruption shocked the public and triggered a wave of national indignation. The judge, once respected and considered a pillar of justice, was arrested and, after a speedy trial, sentenced to 30 years in prison for kidnapping, obstruction of justice, and a series of other crimes related to his desperate attempt to frame Amaka and hide his own nefarious deeds. The investigations revealed that he had taken advantage of his wife's tragic death in an accident, which happened while he was driving and swerved away from an animal on the road, hitting a tree to orchestrate Bella's disappearance, manipulating the evidence to point to his mistress as the culprit. His macabre plan was not only to get rid of the woman who threatened to expose his extramarital affair, but also to create a new life for himself, free from the complications of his past. When Amaka was finally acquitted of all charges, her release was greeted with applause and tears of relief from the public who had once asked for her conviction. People were shouting,
Please forgive us.
begging for her forgiveness. Her story, now revealed in all its complexity and tragedy, dominated the headlines, painting her not as the villain many believed her to be, but as a victim of one of the most terrible injustices ever seen.
I just want my daughter back.
She told journalists, tears of pain streaming down her face. Despite the legal victory and the vindication of her name, the pain of her forced separation from Bella still haunted her. Now, with the truth brought to light, Amaka faced the emotional challenge of rebuilding her relationship with her daughter, a healing journey they would both have to go through together. After a few weeks, mother and daughter were finally reunited after years of forced separation and suffering. Both began to weave the threads of a new life together. The little girl, now 8, learned the whole truth about her story, a tale of courage, unconditional love, and her mother's tireless fight to have her back. Unlike what Amaka thought, the little girl looked at her not just as her mother, but as a heroine who never gave up on her, even in the face of the cruelest adversity. With the compensation they received for the mistake of justice, they moved to a small house in the countryside, a peaceful refuge away from the stares and suffering that marked their lives in the city. That house, surrounded by the vibrant green of nature and the singing of birds, represented the fresh start they both longed for, a place where Bella could grow and flourish away from the shadows of her tumultuous past. But they weren't alone on this new journey. The girl's great-grandparents, the elderly couple who raised her with all their love and dedication, were invited to join them. The decision to live as a united family was a natural one. After all, they were the ones who raised the girl with all the love she needed.
What matters now is that we're together, and nothing will ever separate us again,
said Amaka, hugging her daughter tightly as they both gazed at the golden horizon of the setting sun. It was a moment of pure happiness, a symbol of her victory against all the terror she had experienced and which had tried to separate them. So, surrounded by the unconditional love of the old couple and the serene beauty of the farm, mother and daughter rebuilt their lives. Together, they overcame the scars of the past and looked to the future with optimism and joy. The story of Amaka and Bella, marked by pain and injustice, became a narrative of hope, redemption, and the indomitable power of family love. And as the sun set, painting the sky orange and pink, the woman, who had once been an inmate condemned to death, whispered a prayer of gratitude to the heavens for the gift they had been given. The chance to start again, to write new chapters of their lives, as it should always have been. A family united against all odds, ready to face whatever the future held, with hearts full of love and hope. And if you liked this story, I'm sure the next video that pops up on your screen will move you too. If you don't subscribe to my YouTube channel, I'm afraid you might not see me again. So hit the subscribe button now for more interesting stories. Thank you.
After her high school entrance exam, Mariam's parents decided to send her to boarding school. Mariam is a beautiful and intelligent girl. When she arrived, she met Aya, who became like a mother to her. She gave her lots of advice and encouraged her to give her best to her studies. Even though she later had to continue on her own without Aya, who had graduated, she never gave up. She even helped her classmates to better understand their lessons. During the vacations, Mariam was lucky enough to see Aya again, who invited her to a friend's birthday party. She promised to attend, and they parted ways. On the big day, Mariam looked beautiful and sparkling. She once again thanked Aya for her generosity and kindness towards her when she was still at school. After exchanging a few words, Aya confided that she would have to say goodbye to Mariam in a few minutes. As the two friends chatted, a young man named Kevin approached Mariam. He asked Mariam to dance with him. She didn't want to at first, but eventually accepted, encouraged by her friend. During the dance, Kevin kept complimenting Mariam. "You're really gorgeous and beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend?" Mariam told him she didn't have a boyfriend and was still in high school. He then asked her if she had a number, and she replied that she didn't have a cell phone. As they danced, Kevin carefully placed a cell phone in her pocket. After the party was over, they parted and headed for home. But before she left, Aya gave her friend a number in case she bought a phone. While Mariam was looking for the phone number she'd misplaced when paying back the cab, she realized that there was a phone ringing in her pocket. Amazed, she took out the phone and picked it up. She realized it was Kevin calling her. He explained that he'd put the phone in his pocket to keep in touch with her. She was upset and explained that her parents wouldn't allow her to use the phone. "I'll give you your phone back," she said. "I can't keep it. My parents will punish me." The next day, they arranged to meet at a place described by the young man so that she could get rid of the phone. She went there, and after greetings, handed the phone to Kevin. Without taking the phone, he asked her to come inside. Despite her disapproval, she finally went inside and sat down on a chair. Kevin began to approach her. Uncomfortable, she asked him to move away, but he kept coming closer and closer. "Listen, Mariam," he began. "I really fell under your spell the other night when I saw you. You're so captivatingly beautiful that I couldn't help falling in love. Ever since my eyes fell on you yesterday, I've been carefree. I've been thinking about you all night. I really want you to be my girlfriend." Mariam replied, "I'm not at all interested in a relationship right now. I'm only 16 and still in high school. Having a relationship won't stop you from studying, Mariam. I want to be with you, to make you the mother of my children when we're old enough to have kids." Little by little, he began to caress her cheeks and kiss her. Despite her negative responses, he didn't give in. He even began to caress her. The touch of Kevin's hand on her bare back sent shivers down her spine. A sensation she'd never experienced before. Despite her best efforts to refuse, the feeling was stronger than she was. In spite of herself, she let herself be carried away by the pleasure. Together, they went to Kevin's room. Kevin introduced Mariam to something she'd never experienced before. After this intimate moment, she wanted to take leave of him, but he wouldn't agree. They hugged again. They slept together until the next morning. In the morning, Mariam didn't know what to do. She was afraid to confront her parents. It was the first time she'd slept outside. Apart from boarding school, she always slept at home. Kevin suggested she lie and say she was in a church program. Unable to reach her parents, Mariam took the opportunity to confess her feelings to Kevin as well. It was her first intimate moment with a man. She had never felt what she felt that day. That physical contact with Kevin had really had an incredible effect on her. Kevin stopped her again. He slipped his hand into her hip and pulled her sharply toward him. They were so close that she could hear Kevin's breathing and heart beating against hers. Kevin lifted her, and they went back into the bedroom. Mariam was enjoying the words of love and the romantic contact they shared. When she finally left his house, Kevin was happy to have accomplished his mission. One more, he thought. He wasn't really in love. He just used naive, innocent little girls like Mariam to fulfill his sexual desires. Mariam finally returned home. All the way home, all she could think about was Kevin. She lied to her parents that she was at church and even brought back some anointing oil to prove it. Her worried parents made her promise to let them know from now on if she had any plans. She went back to her room and called Kevin to let him know she was home. Kevin asked her to come again, but she explained that she had to go to boarding school. The next day, she couldn't resist. She decided to go to his house after lying to her parents that she was going to the supermarket to pay for supplies. Once again, they did what they loved best, and Mariam couldn't think of anything else. She couldn't concentrate at all. At school, her grades began to fall. She was always distracted in class and couldn't concentrate on her homework. She kept calling Kevin, and together they came up with a plan. She would have to pretend to be sick in order to get 2 weeks off and go home. She succeeded, and for the 2 weeks she gave herself blindly to Kevin, who took advantage of her naivety to have sex all the time. Mariam loved these moments and had no idea that Kevin didn't love her. For her, it was perfect love, and her love for Kevin was sincere. But the young man was beginning to tire of it, as he was also seeing other girls. He convinced Mariam to return to boarding school even before the 2 weeks were up. He promised to keep in touch with her, but planned for her to come back at weekends for more meetings. Every time Mariam went to her house, he took advantage of her for free. This time, he even convinced her to have unprotected sex. He wanted to feel her body against body, he said. He was tired of having to protect himself with her every time. Mariam didn't agree at first, but blinded by her love for Kevin, she eventually gave in to his desires. Now he was doing it without protection. At boarding school, Mariam's grades plummeted. During the vacations, she finally went home to her parents. Her condition was deteriorating, and she felt unwell all the time. Her mother decided to take her to hospital to find out what was wrong. The doctor told them the news of her pregnancy. Her parents were shocked and disappointed. They asked her who the father of the child she was carrying was. She feared her parents' reaction, so she quickly went to Kevin's house to tell him she was pregnant with his child. That's when Kevin shouted at her, "Pregnant by whom? Go find the father of your child and stop bothering me. But you're the one I've always had sex with. You were my first man and my last. I've never known any man but you." Kevin let her in and said, "If this pregnancy is really mine, then you've got to get rid of it. I can't be the father of what you're carrying in your belly. You're too vulgar a girl who's always after me for sex. You must have an abortion." Mariam, in tears, replied, "But I can't do that. My parents already know. You can't do this to me, Kevin. You always told me you loved me." Kevin laughed. "What did you think? That I really wanted to start a family with you? You're just a sex dog who has no respect for her body. I can't see my life with someone like you. Go find the father of your baby somewhere else. You were so quick to give me access to your virginity. You're a girl without character." He pushed her out of the house, not even caring that she'd fallen and hurt herself. She just stood there, frozen, until evening. Eventually, she returned home. As soon as she got home, her parents asked her where she'd been all morning and who the father of the child she was carrying was. She ran wordlessly to her room. Despite all her parents' efforts to find out who the father was, she said nothing. Her father even threatened to chase her out of the house if she didn't speak up. But she said nothing. Her parents, aware that force was not the right solution, eventually let her go. And instead of bullying her, they ended up giving her their support and love. After all, she was their daughter. 9 months on, and Kevin wasn't even bothering to check on Mariam. She decided to call him. As soon as the phone rang, Kevin hung up. He wanted nothing to do with her, least of all a child. She wanted to tell him that he should at least meet her parents, even if he didn't want the child. He called him back this time. Mariam had a glimmer of hope, but as soon as she picked up the phone, her heart broke at Kevin's words. "Don't ever call me bitch again. That bastard you're carrying isn't mine. Mariam wasn't going to have an abortion for anything in the world, so she decided to keep the baby until term. Unfortunately, on the day of delivery, her baby was stillborn. She was sad and inconsolable. With the support, love and care of her parents, she eventually found the strength to get better. In spite of everything, she decided to go on to college and get her bachelor's degree. She never gave up, worked hard every day and managed to get into the university of her dreams. She also distinguished herself in her studies and obtained her diploma, followed by a job in a large company. She had been wary since her relationship with Kevin. She didn't want to talk about love anymore, but meeting a man named Felix changed her mind. She decided to give him a chance and get together. Felix gave her all his support and love on a daily basis. She was slowly beginning to heal from her relationship with Kevin. Months later, Felix told her he wanted to marry her. She introduced him to her parents, who gave their consent and blessings. At first, she didn't want to trust him fully, but eventually she let herself be carried away by her feelings. She had fallen in love with him. All was going well when Kevin appeared. He was nothing more than Felix's best friend. Mariam felt anger and hatred towards him. Why does something always have to ruin my happiness? This painful past keeps haunting me and pursuing me. Felix called Mariam to ask her why she had left the airport without telling them. She promised to tell him all about it at work the next day. Meanwhile, Felix praised Mariam to his friend. He told him how beautiful and kind she was. Kevin smiled calmly. He even invited her to his home to get to know her. Kevin was completely unaware of the relationship between his friend and Felix. Felix took him to his future wife's house, but she wasn't there. Kevin now knew Mariam's house, and his friend told him he could visit her whenever he wanted. The two friends chatted and told each other lots of things. Finally, Felix drove Kevin home. For 2 days now, Felix had noticed that Mariam was avoiding him. Mariam even confided in him that she wanted to end the relationship because of Kevin. She took her courage in both hands and explained to Felix how Kevin had hurt her in the past. She couldn't bear to stay tied to him after all that had happened. Despite Felix's torments, she didn't want to go through the same thing again. If they're friends, I'm afraid they're not. Felix apologized for his friend's behavior and tried to convince her, but she asked him to leave. As soon as Felix walked out the door, Kevin showed up at Mariam's door. He told her he wanted to go back to her and that they had a child together anyway. Mariam couldn't help laughing. But what child? The same one you denied. Kevin told her that he knew their child would be in his 7th year and that he wanted to come back into her life. Listen, I don't have any children with you. It's lucky the child didn't survive. He would have been so unhappy to have you as a father. Leave my house at once. He even dared to ask her to stay away from Felix and that she belonged to him alone. You can't say you missed me, he laughed. My touch, my contact with you, our romance. Don't tell me you've forgotten all that. He was gradually approaching Mariam. Furious, she shouted, Don't come near me or I'll call the police. Get out of my house immediately. He tried to kiss her, but she slapped him and managed to get him out of her house. The next morning, Felix confronted Kevin. How could you be so cruel, Kevin? You slept with an innocent girl. You knocked her up and denied the pregnancy. You really are heartless. Ah, she told you, Kevin continued. Now you know the truth. I forbid you to go near my wife. She's the mother of my child. Felix laughed. What child are you talking about? Do you really think that if this child were alive, he would have called you Dad one day? You're a coward and a fool. What do you mean by that? Felix explained that the baby had died at birth. He was a little sad, but kept insisting that he had to stay away from his wife. She belongs to me, and I don't want to see you together anymore. They hurled strong, hurtful words at each other. They even came to the conclusion that they were no longer friends. Kevin told her he didn't care about their friendship, and that Mariam was the only thing that mattered to him. I know her better than you do. She's a sweet girl and very kind. The next day at the office, Felix looked sad and unhappy. Mariam remarked and asked him why he was in such a state. He promised to tell her after work. After work, the two of them met up again, and Felix begged Mariam not to make him feel guilty for a mistake that was Kevin's. I'd never hurt you. I would never hurt you, and you know it. You have to get over this moment and not break our love for someone who isn't worth it. She finally agreed, and they decided to get back together, giving their love a chance. Felix offered to introduce her to his parents to announce their marriage. Mariam spent a week getting to know her future husband's family. They chatted together, and when Felix's parents learned of Mariam's past, they asked their sons not to hurt her, and Felix understood. The marriage was finally approved by Felix's family. For his part, Kevin kept visiting Mariam at her home, but she was never there. One day, he came to absent her again. He asked the neighbor, who told him she'd gone home to prepare for her wedding. As soon as he heard the news, he was red-faced with frustration. He didn't want to let this happen while he was still alive. I'm going to destroy this marriage even if it means destroying myself, he said. So he decided to go to the town where he lived. It was there that he had first met Mariam. He went there with a very specific idea and plan: to kidnap Mariam. Unfortunately, his plan fell through, but he was far from giving up. He couldn't accept her marrying another man while he was still alive. Either it was to be with him or no one else. On the wedding day, he followed the car carrying Mariam to the church. As soon as the bride-to-be's car was in a secluded area, at high speed he overtook them and got in front of them to block their way. He forcefully hit Mariam's driver, then grabbed Mariam and dragged her into his car. He didn't give a damn about Mariam's protests and torments. Either we both die, or you shut up and come quietly, he told her. Mariam cried silently to avoid being killed. She couldn't imagine being kidnapped on her wedding day. As for Kevin, he was ecstatic. His plan was working like clockwork. The driver carrying Mariam finally found himself and got to his feet. He turned back to break the bad news to her family, who would no doubt be waiting for them. As soon as Mariam's parents saw the driver's bloodied face, they became frightened and wondered what had happened to them and their daughter. The driver explained the whole scene to them. We were mugged on the road, and I tried to protect your daughter, but someone hit me and took Mariam away. Mariam's parents quickly called Felix to tell him the news. Felix was also on his way to church. He turned around and went to Mariam's parents' house. "Don't worry, nothing serious will happen to her. I'll lodge a complaint and report her disappearance," said Felix. Meanwhile, Mariam's mother was inconsolable. "As far as I know, my daughter doesn't have any enemies. Who could do such a thing to her?" she cried. Felix replied, "I'm sure it was Kevin who did this to her. He's the only person capable of doing something like this. I've got to go to the police station," he said, before taking his leave of them. He immediately went to the police station and begged them to do something for him. The police asked him to wait 24 hours, but he begged them to act immediately, saying that he should already be married. Kevin drove Mariam to one of her father's remote and unknown homes. Even Felix didn't know this house. He tied the young woman to a chair. Tearful, Mariam asked him, "Why won't you let me live happily? I want to get you back and make you my wife now that I'm financially stable," replied Kevin. "Well, I want you to know that I'll never go back to you, no matter how rich you get. This is a story between you and me. Even if you have millions, I don't want to get back together with you." Despite Kevin's pleas for her to accept again, Mariam remained unperturbed and adamant in her decision. Mariam had already been kidnapped 5 days earlier. She refused to cooperate or even eat. He finally threatened her with death if she didn't accept his proposal of marriage. She finally accepted, feeling trapped. As soon as she was untied, she tried in vain to escape. Each time, Kevin surprised her and caught her. She even went so far as to stab him in the leg. Angered, he locked her in a strange room and took care of her needs. 3 weeks passed, and still no news from Mariam. The family was very worried. Felix feared the worst. "I hope that idiot hasn't abused her again." Helpless, he was sad and unhappy. Mariam decided one day to have a clear conversation with Kevin. He called her and came to open the door. Mariam began, "Why do you lock me up here and ask me to marry you when you don't love me? You just want to take advantage of me and satisfy your sexual urges." Kevin replied, "I don't want to be with you just for the sex. I really want to marry you because since you left my life, I haven't found a woman as pure as you. If I wanted to take advantage of you, know that 3 weeks ago I would have. But I don't love you anymore, Kevin. Seeing you every time reminds me of my dead child, and I just wish I had nothing more to do with you. I can't go back to you. You hurt me, and I still carry those wounds with me. If you want to see me happy, then let me marry a man I really love." Kevin told her he was sorry for his mistake and promised not to do it again. "Just give me the chance to rebuild everything we promised each other 7 years ago." Mariam was adamant in her decision. There was no way she could see her life with him. "I love Felix now, not you. Don't use that name here anymore. If you don't want to be with me, then you won't be with him. We'll take poison together and we'll both die." Mariam tells him, "I've always told you that you don't know anything about love. You're just a selfish, heartless man. I'm so sorry I met you and fell in love with you once." He moved closer to her, stroked her cheek and began, "Tell me you didn't miss me, my caresses." "It's rather Felix's caresses I'm missing right now," she replied. "I don't give a shit about you." Enraged and furious, Kevin said, "Why do you keep saying that name here? Do you prefer her touch to mine? Then I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to touch you the way he never could, and you'll be able to compare again." She begged him not to force her, but Kevin just started to take off his clothes. Mariam deliberately banged her head against the wall, seriously injuring herself. He ran to take her to the nearest hospital. He then went home to get some clothes when he noticed that his photo was plastered everywhere. and that he was wanted. Panicked at being caught, he returned to the hospital and the room where Mariam was being cared for. She was gone. She had run away. He asked the nurses if they'd found her, but no one knew where she was. Mariam managed to reach the gate. She was tired and out of breath. She quickly hailed a cab, but Kevin spotted her from a distance. He quickly slipped into his car and began to follow Mariam's cab. Mariam panicked and asked the driver to drive faster, but he didn't want to break the highway code. Instead, he gave her his phone to call her relatives. Mariam quickly dialed her husband, her parents, and told them she was being chased by Kevin. She also called the police. Meanwhile, Kevin managed to catch up and park in front of them. As Mariam begged the taximan to help her, Kevin brandished his gun at him, forcing him to unlock the door. He dragged Mariam into his car. "Please let me go back to my family," she begged. Meanwhile, the police had already traced the call to Mariam's whereabouts. They set off to rescue her. Kevin fled far away and burned his car. He took Mariam far away to an isolated village. The police only found Kevin's burnt-out car. Felix gave them all the information he had on Kevin, but the police couldn't find him. He was already far away. Kevin rented a hotel room and asked Mariam to marry him. She refused, but he used a gun to convince her. He forced the ring on her finger after tying her up again. He forced her to do everything, even to eat. When Mariam refused, he didn't hesitate to pull out his gun and make her change her mind. He decided to take advantage of his supposed marriage to her. Mariam cried and refused to come near him, but he forcefully grabbed her and kissed her. He ordered her to be quiet and let go. "I'm going to plant my seed in your belly tonight, my darling, and we'll both have our baby. All you have to do is enjoy the moment. I just want to make you happy, my darling," he said when he caught Mariam crying as she continued to remove her skirt. "If you really want to see me happy, then please stop," she managed to say. "No, we're both going to enjoy this because it's our engagement night." He then started licking her back. The poor woman was at her worst, but Kevin didn't seem to care. He then removed her bra and she found herself half naked in her underwear. She was struggling to avoid this to the point of falling off the bed. "I'll never let you abuse me so easily," she said. Now she began to scream at the top of her voice. "Why are you screaming now, darling? I already told you I'd be nice to you. If you don't stop shouting, I'll get angry and lose my temper," replied Kevin. Mariam couldn't stop. It was her only hope. To keep everyone out of their room, Kevin tied Mariam up and bandaged her mouth. He made love to her very aggressively. He didn't give a damn about her torments. He was enjoying the moment. He confided in her. "You're as soft and tight as ever, my darling. I'm sure that Felix never touched you. He doesn't even deserve you. I'll live up to your love, and I love you very much too." That night, Mariam was at her worst. She couldn't sleep. "If only I'd concentrated on my studies, I wouldn't be in this mess. I'd never have met that psychopath, and I'd be happily married. I'm sorry I didn't think before approaching him. I'm responsible for everything that happens to me." She felt worthless and useless. If Felix ever found out that he'd taken advantage of me again, he'd never want to get back together with me, and I'd understand that perfectly. The next day, Felix was worried about her. He wondered where she could be, and whether she was being treated well and safe with Kevin. Kevin continued to abuse her every day. He was always aggressive with her. In the end, she could resist no longer. "Anyway, this is the punishment for my mistake. I should have concentrated on my studies, and today I'd be a happy woman. but there's no turning back. I'd just fallen in love with him back then, and he was also the person who took my virginity. Since she was no longer fighting to try and refuse, Kevin freed her from the ropes around her feet and hands. She'd lost the will to live. She'd just let herself do it, because she consciously knew there was no point in confronting him. Kevin left her, and every time he came back, he found her in the same state and position. She no longer tried to escape. Even when he made love to her or kissed her, she felt nothing. One day, Kevin took her to a restaurant for dinner. During the meal, her friend Aya spotted her and exclaimed excitedly, "My dear Mariam, how are you?" But she didn't answer. She just stood there looking at her. Aya noticed Kevin and exclaimed, "Wow, you were the boy who asked to dance with her all those years ago, weren't you?" "Yes," he replied. "She's my wife now." "But why doesn't she speak?" asked Aya. "She's just traumatized by the loss of her parents." "But she'll get over it," he says. Mariam was like a statue. Aya exchanged a few words with Kevin and left. Kevin quickly collected their belongings and moved back to a nearby village where no one would recognize them. He didn't want to take the risk of meeting someone he knew again. Aya returned to the city to stay with her parents. One day, while out for a walk, she met Mariam's mother. At first, she was frightened. How could she meet someone who was already dead? But she summoned up all her courage and decided to approach her. She greeted her politely and explained that she had seen Mariam in her village with her husband. She also added that she didn't speak and that her husband had explained to her that it was due to the death of her parents. Mariam's mother then told her the whole story. She explained that her daughter had been missing for over 2 months and that he had never found her. Aya exclaimed, "Oh, now I understand better why she didn't speak and looked so sad." Mariam's mother thanked Aya for informing her, and they soon called the police. As soon as they got to the village, Kevin and Mariam were gone. The police asked how he had paid for the restaurant and were told it was by credit card. With a little information, he was able to pinpoint his whereabouts as he had recently used the same card. They finally found the hotel where he was staying and the room he was occupying. That day, the police surrounded the entire hotel in Kevin's room. They asked him to open the door, but he refused. He took out his gun and held it to Mariam's head. "Leave us alone or I'll shoot her." "There are so many of us, and you have nowhere to go," replied one of the policemen. He kicked in the door, and their weapons still in the air continued to warn Kevin. Finally, Felix managed to kick him in the leg. He lost his balance and fell. As soon as he reached for the gun, a policeman shot him in the stomach to prevent him from firing at Felix. As for Mariam, she said nothing. She was just like a statue. Kevin continued, "You can't marry her anymore. I've raped her so much she's worthless now. She belongs to me and nobody else," he laughed. "Even if death takes me today, rest assured that I'll come for her in the afterlife and will continue our love." He grabbed the pistol again to shoot Mariam, but the pain in his legs caused him to inadvertently pull the trigger and shoot himself in the head. Mariam's parents, Felix and Aya, brought Mariam home. She still didn't speak. You could see how psychologically disturbed she was. A week on, and still nothing. She didn't speak and remained like a statue. She was always in her corner, never talking to anyone. Felix took her to hospital to find out what she was really suffering from. The doctor tested her and told him she was suffering from post-rape trauma syndrome. This is a psychological trauma experienced by a rape victim that includes disturbances in normal emotional, cognitive, and behavioral functions. Felix then enrolled Mariam in a center for therapy sessions. He paid all the fees, and over time Mariam began to find herself and regain her self-confidence. She stopped blaming herself for what Kevin had done to her. With each passing day, she recovered a little more, and after a year, she regained her self-confidence and recovered from her trauma. Everyone was happy and thanked Felix for believing in her, for helping her through everything she'd been through. Felix replied, "I love her so much, and I'll do anything to help her, no matter what. I did what a responsible man in love would have done. I care for her very much, and her happiness is my happiness too." Mariam also thanked him for helping her become what she is today. They hugged and kissed passionately. A week later, a new wedding was scheduled and the two lovers got married. They fell madly in love and had 2 children together. If you like this story, subscribe and leave me a like to help me get recommended on YouTube. This like doesn't cost you anything, but it will really help my channel. I'm really counting on your kindness. In a small village there lived a young man whose name was Kevin. He was a very charismatic man and the owner of a huge store in the middle of the village market. Whenever we visited Kevin's store, it was always packed with people coming from all over to stock up. Kevin was a very handsome man with a charm that shut everyone up. Because of his charm, the young girls of the village ran after him every day. They all tried to seduce him to get his attention. They would do anything to become his wife. As for the young man, he just took advantage of the girls and never did anything serious with them. Whenever a woman confessed her feelings for him, he always agreed to get together with her without even bothering whether he liked them or not. He'd become addicted to women, and being with them every time made him very happy. Although he was quite comfortable financially, he preferred to stay in the village. It was the place where he received daily compliments on his beauty and good looks. And that's what he liked. He would promise every woman he met that he would marry her. It was his way of keeping women with him for as long as possible. Most of them hung on, happily waiting for the day when they would marry Kevin. He took advantage of her beauty to get whoever he wanted into bed to satisfy his sexual desires. One day, Kevin decided to visit his store at the market. He was sitting by the door, reminiscing about all the good times he'd had during the day. He was lost in thought when all of a sudden, his eyes met a beautiful girl entering his store. The young woman had come to show him her wares of vegetables and fruit in all sorts of colors, to see if he'd be interested. The young man wasn't really concerned by what she kept on her tray. Rather, he was admiring her beautiful curves and curves. He replied, "You're so pretty. Everyone would like to pay for your vegetables." The young woman couldn't help but smile at his remark. She lowered her head shyly and replied that he was also very handsome. To lighten the mood, Kevin asked her what her name was and where she was from. She replied in a calm, almost bewitching voice, "I'm Cassie. I live in the next village." "Wow!" Kevin exclaimed. He was overwhelmed by the girl's beauty and gentleness. He asked her if he could see her again sometime. Cassie too was not indifferent to Kevin's charm and kindness. She'd never imagined she'd be able to please a man as handsome as him. Kevin decided to pay for all her vegetables and fruit. Cassie was so happy. She couldn't stop thanking him. She was also eager to meet her friend in her village and tell her all about her day. She walked so fast as if nothing around her mattered anymore. With a big smile on her face, Cassie was constantly reminded of Kevin's handsome face, and she couldn't wait to meet him again. Cassie hadn't had a normal childhood like other children her age. She had lost her parents in a fire at an early age, and since then had been living with her Aunt Wanaka. Although her aunt didn't have much money, she made sure Cassie had everything she needed. She was a very generous lady. She already had other children, and with Cassie on top of that, it wasn't always easy day to day. To help her aunt, Cassie decided to sell vegetables and fruit to raise a little money to support her. Sometimes, when she'd finished selling her vegetables, she'd help the peasants cultivate the land in exchange for a little money, and do all sorts of activities she could find. In this way, she made things much easier for her aunt. In the neighboring village, Kevin's thoughts were also focused on Cassie. He couldn't stop thinking about her pretty face, her innocent smile. She was exactly the kind of woman he liked, and Cassie had all his qualities. It was clear enough in his mind that he wanted to see her again, whatever the cost. He was really determined to seduce her and win her over. The only thing he really wanted was to touch her fresh yellow skin like a ripe mango and explore every part of her body. He wanted her in his bed. His thirst was becoming more and more intense, and he shivered even thinking about it. Little did he know that the girl led a rather complicated life, struggling to find a little money to help her family. His intentions would only hurt her, disturb her tranquility. But Kevin was far from aware of that. All he cared about was how to get her into his room. Days later, Cassie was still in the neighboring village selling her vegetables. She decided to drop into Kevin's store again, but this time she wasn't quite so serene. She hadn't just come to sell her vegetables. She'd come because she hadn't stopped thinking about him since she'd met him, and she wanted to see him again. Little did she know that Kevin was a womanizer in his village and had never dreamed of building a serious relationship with a girl. As soon as Cassie entered the store, Kevin plastered a big smile on his face. Like a gentleman, he quickly gave her a chair to sit on and offered her a cold drink. Cassie felt so special. She told herself Kevin wouldn't be doing all this if he didn't feel something for her. She felt butterflies in her stomach. Kevin, for his part, spoke naughty words to Cassie to flatter her and lure her into his trap. They spent most of their time chatting and laughing out loud. To stack the odds in his favor, Kevin decided to pay for all Cassie's merchandise once again. She was ecstatic. She hugged him to thank him, and before she left, Kevin asked her to visit him next week. He promised to prepare a delicious meal to welcome her, and that they would eat it together. Cassie couldn't have wished for anything better. She had the opportunity to have a meal with a man as handsome as Kevin. She told herself that if Kevin had invited her to his home and was planning to cook a meal for her, it must be because he found her special and unique. She even deduced that Kevin had fallen in love with her. After leaving Kevin's store, Cassie ran to her friend Imani to tell her about her meeting with Kevin and her invitation to his house for lunch. Imani was very happy for her friend, as it was the first time she'd really taken an interest in a person. She even borrowed some clothes from her room so that she could look presentable on the day of the lunch. Imani tried to tease her friend. "I'd be so unhappy to be on my own when you get married." Cassie laughed and said, "You're always jumping the gun. I'm not even his girlfriend yet." Together they laughed heartily. "But don't you want to get married to him as soon as possible?" asked Imani. Cassie replied, "I'd be so happy to become his wife and start a family with him." At last, the long-awaited day arrived. Cassie couldn't wait any longer, and now that the moment had arrived, she wore a broad smile on her face. She had taken the time to prepare herself well and get ready for the meeting. She paid attention to every detail and didn't want anything to hold her back or spoil her moment. After washing up, she wore the beautiful clothes Imani had lent her and put on her best shoes. She had even gone to her hairdresser to maintain her afro cut, which really showed her off. She had done everything to please him, and before leaving the house, she took one last look in the mirror to contemplate her figure and appreciate her curves for herself. She was now ready. She set off for the nearby village. When she arrived, Kevin was already waiting for her. "Wow, you're really beautiful." He couldn't help admiring her carefully groomed hair and the outfit that fit her like a glove. Her rounded posterior was clearly visible, and Kevin was always complimenting her. Kevin lived in a beautiful house, and the young woman was made to feel very welcome. As promised, Kevin had cooked a delicious meal which they ate together. Over lunch, they chatted about a variety of subjects. They laughed and laughed as if they'd known each other for years. The young man, not wanting to lose sight of his goal, always made sure to say something admiring about Cassie. He let Cassie know how happy and cheerful her visit was. Every time their eyes met, Cassie felt butterflies in her stomach. Before Cassie knew what was happening, Kevin was touching her in a very sensitive and irresistible way. A shiver ran through her body, and she tried to stop him in his tracks. She felt it was too hasty, and that there needed to be enough time for such complicity. However, Kevin was determined to achieve his goal. He moved closer to her, and in a soft, almost irresistible voice whispered, "You're really beautiful, Cassie, and I like you a lot. Ever since the day I met you, I haven't stopped thinking about you. I'm really in love with you." Cassie quickly fell into Kevin's trap. She believed Kevin's flattering words, and since she loved Kevin too, she let her feelings get the better of her. As usual, Kevin promised to marry her, and Cassie felt very reassured. So she decided to believe Kevin and bathed in lies. She was giving herself to him for love. She explained to Kevin that she had never had sex with a man and was a little worried that it might go wrong. Kevin reassured her and promised to make sure everything went smoothly. Because of her blind love for him, she gave him her innocence with the thought that her feelings were shared. Kevin made love to her as if in a dream. It was a day she would remember for the rest of her life. After that day, they saw each other quite often, spending time together and getting to know each other better. Cassie loved Kevin a little more every time he saw her. She blindly believed all his promises and blindly trusted him. A month later, the young girl wasn't feeling very well. She was showing familiar symptoms and decided to take a pregnancy test. The result was positive and she was overjoyed. "With this baby, my bond with Kevin will be stronger than ever," she told herself. She thought about everything she would do once she was married to Kevin and how they would both look after their baby. It would also be the opportunity for her to live in Kevin's beautiful house and not have to work so hard every day before eating. She left the house with her vegetable stock on her head to go to Kevin's store and tell him the good news. But as soon as Cassie told him the news, Kevin's reaction wasn't what she'd hoped for. He replied angrily and with a startled voice. "What's going on?" Cassie was shocked by his question. At first she thought it was just a bad joke. Then she said, "I'm pregnant, Kevin." This time, the young man's face turned red with anger, and he replied, "You're pregnant? Who's the father of the child?" "I've only been intimate with you, Kevin. You're the only man I've ever slept with." With fear in her voice, Cassie tried to answer. Furious, Kevin resumed this time in a much harsher tone. "You think I'm a child? You think I don't know what you're up to out there? Aren't you ashamed of yourself for wanting to put me in charge of a child that isn't mine?" Cassie was lost. She let out a tear and wondered if she was still face to face with the man she'd once known. She thought of all the promises of marriage Kevin had made her, and her heart broke. So she asked him, "Now that I'm pregnant, what should I do?" Kevin replied in a curt tone, You'll just have to look for and find the person who got you pregnant. I had nothing to do with it. Are you really so stupid that you think I, Kevin, want to marry you? You're nowhere near my social standing, and I'd never marry a greengrocer. So I'm not going to repeat myself. I want you out of my store before I open my eyes, or you'll come out of this with scars. Cassie was just stunned by the depth of the hurtful words he was hurling at her. He wasn't the same kind, caring man she'd known. She picked up her vegetables and left the store in tears. She didn't know what to do. She regretted having believed him and was so angry with herself. She had only her eyes for tears. She was so afraid of her aunt's reaction because it was hard for her to feed 6 children, and she didn't know how to tell her that she was pregnant. She had imagined starting a family with Kevin, but in a matter of minutes, she found herself hopeless and broken. She cried hotly. She had no choice but to go home to her aunt. During the night, she couldn't stop thinking about all the hurtful, violent words Kevin had hurled at her. The next day, she decided to visit Kevin again, hoping that he would have changed his mind and that things would turn out in her favor this time. She hoped that the night would have given him some advice and that he would have come to his senses. Unfortunately, Kevin had remained unperturbed in his response. He hadn't changed his mind, and his words were as harsh as ever. He'd even brutalized him and thrown him out of his store without any compassion. This time, it was clear in his head. Kevin had never loved her, but he'd taken advantage of her stupidity. She knew she couldn't hide her pregnancy from her aunt for long, because sooner or later she'd see it. However, she still didn't have the courage to tell him, and after a few weeks, her aunt noticed the change in her body. She soon realized she was pregnant, and her eyes showed anger and disappointment. She asked Cassie who had made her pregnant. Cassie had no choice. She told her aunt the whole story, how she'd met Kevin and how things had developed between them. Tearful, she withheld no details from her aunt, and her aunt decided to confront Kevin's family to see that justice was done. Cassie's aunt called Kevin's mother, and they agreed on a date to discuss the matter as a family. A few days later, the meeting took place as planned. Kevin's mother spoke up. "Kevin, do you realize for 1 second what you're doing to this poor girl? Why are you trying to deny her pregnancy when I've seen you bring her into the house several times? You have to take responsibility like a man." Kevin couldn't upset his parents. Their presence and intervention in the affair wouldn't let him get away with it. "I'm not ready to marry her yet," he replied. His father began sternly. "When you were taking advantage of that poor girl, didn't you think of the consequences? I've always warned you about your attitude and behavior towards girls, but you've never listened to me. You're already a big man. Now it's time for you to build a family. If you don't want to suffer my wrath, then you'd better marry that orphan girl who's just a victim of your lies." Kevin's father was a rather strict man. He didn't talk much, but whenever he got angry, it rained stones. Kevin had no choice. He had to marry Cassie off, and he was so angry at her for getting his family involved. He didn't want this marriage, but he had no choice. He decided to marry her, but he was going to make her pay for forcing him into a marriage he didn't want. Cassie had no idea of Kevin's intentions. She had a glimmer of hope that, in time, he would come to his senses and take responsibility. A week later, the wedding day arrived. As Cassie got ready, she was overwhelmed by many emotions she didn't understand. She just wanted him to take charge of her pregnancy and be a good father to her unborn child. She had never been so afraid in her life. A marriage that was supposed to be a happy event for her had turned into a feeling of fear and dread. To feel less alone, she called her friend Imani for support. "Don't worry, Cassie. I'm sure things will be fine. He's just not aware of his actions yet, but you'll see that with time, things will work out." The wedding took place and Kevin returned home with Cassie. Unfortunately, as the days went by, things got worse and worse between Cassie and her husband. Cassie was being abused by her husband, who had become violent and very aggressive towards her. He had promised to teach her a lesson, and whenever he had the chance, he didn't hesitate to hit, beat, and sometimes even hurt her. Cassie spent all her days locked up crying. Her husband had changed completely. He no longer had even a little fear in him and treated her like a servant. Kevin, who had been such a kind, caring and respectful man, had become a different person. "You're a good-for-nothing girl with no future, and you're going to regret forcing me to marry you." Cassie couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to leave before Kevin took her life. But every time she complained to her aunt, she was told to be patient and try to be submissive. She always told her to go home to her husband and behave herself, because traditionally, it wasn't nice for a woman to leave her husband. She had to put up with everything Kevin did to her, because he was her husband and she couldn't leave his house. "I've always managed to feed you on my own because my husband never cares. So you have to fight too, and do what you can so that he doesn't find any more reason to hit you," continued her aunt. Cassie was helpless. She had to put up with all Kevin's abuse. Her aunt didn't want her to become the object of gossip among the villagers. Cassie didn't ask for much. Ever since she was a little girl, she had never known true happiness. She'd had to fight hard to get by. But the pain she felt then was nothing compared to the pain she feels now. Unhappy and sad, she began to feel suicidal. Despite everything she did to appear fair and respectful to Kevin, he always found a way to lash out and hit her. She endured every day, trying to follow her aunt's recommendations, but nothing changed. Whenever Kevin wanted her, he forced himself on her and always ended up leaving her in a sorry state. He even took the liberty of coming home with other girls and sleeping with them on the marital bed. Cassie was often chased out of the bedroom. She stayed in the living room and was forced to listen to them scream with pleasure. It was an emotionally unbearable situation. She always endured everything in spite of herself, and there wasn't a day when she didn't cry. She also prayed every day, hoping for God's grace. The only thing that gave her courage and strength was her soon-to-be-born baby. One day, before going to his store, Kevin gave Cassie a pile of clothes to wash. Cassie was very ill at the moment. She was struggling with her nearly full-term pregnancy. She was having trouble even getting out of bed and was hoping to feel better before Kevin arrived. But unfortunately, she couldn't do the laundry. When Kevin came back, he saw all the clothes still in the same place and said, "What's this I see? These are the clothes I asked you to wash this morning. Why didn't you? What use are you in this house after all? You can't even wash my clothes. Tell me what you've done for me since you came into my life. You think you're the first woman to get pregnant. Besides, it's the only thing you know how to do," he shouted at her. This time, Cassie had already taken a lot. "If you hate me so much, why don't you kill me once and for all? I'm tired of crying every day." "You're a monster, Kevin," she managed to say through her tears. Kevin continued, "You have the audacity to answer when I'm talking. You've really grown wings." He completely ignored her pregnant state and began to hit her harder than usual. He even punched her in the stomach, and Cassie screamed in pain. Alarmed by her screams, the villagers suspected that this time she wasn't safe. It wasn't the first time they'd heard her screams, But this time was different. They knew they had to act quickly. A village woman called Anna plucked up courage and made her way into the house. She saw Cassie on the floor, bleeding. Kevin had fled after realizing the seriousness of what he had done. Anna called the ambulance and Cassie was rushed to hospital. Her condition was critical, and they feared that she and her baby would lose their lives. The doctors soon had her under their care. They did everything they could to save her and her baby. In her hospital bed, Cassie's heart was pounding. She feared for her life and that of her child. She knew he was a cruel man, but she'd never thought he'd be capable of doing such a thing to her and putting her in such a critical condition. She cried on her bed and begged God for mercy. After 2 days in hospital, Cassie managed to survive, but sadly she had lost her child. The only thing that gave her the strength and desire to continue fighting for life was gone. She was at the end of her tears. She was so angry with Kevin. Time passed, and her physical wounds gradually healed. However, she was still psychologically scarred and mentally disturbed. Since the day she'd been taken to hospital, Kevin hadn't even thought of seeing her to see if she was better. She thought for many hours, and then decided to make a decision. She had no desire to return to her ordeal with Kevin. She didn't want to go to her aunt's house either, because she knew she'd be sent back to her husband. She went inside, grabbed a few things, and without informing anyone, ran out of the house. She walked to another village where no one would recognize her. She wanted to start a new life and leave her unhappy past behind. She knew it would be difficult for her, but the knowledge that she would no longer be with Kevin gave her strength and courage. In any case, she no longer saw her life with him. For hours, she walked and the sun gradually set. She didn't know where she was going, but she just kept going. She was exhausted and out of breath. She was in a place that was completely foreign to her. She found a little spot where she decided to rest for a few minutes before resuming her journey. She confided in God and asked him to help her get out of this situation and start a new life. However, she had nowhere to settle down and spend the night. She walked a little further and found herself in another village. There she found a small doorless hut abandoned in the weeds. She stepped inside. There was no one inside. The room was dusty. She realized it was uninhabited, and the smile returned to her face. She quickly took a few minutes to sweep and dust the floor. She looked outside for some grass to make a pillow. It had been months since Cassie had felt this sense of peace and freedom. Even though she had nothing, she could now sleep peacefully without having to fear anyone. She knelt down to pray and show her gratitude for this hut and the new life she was about to begin. She fell asleep with a light heart, unafraid but very hopeful. The next day, she was awakened by the crowing of roosters. She got up and looked out of the window to see the sun shining brightly outside. A long day lay ahead. Now she would have to fight hard to make sense of her life and give herself a happy one. She walked every day, going to farms to help people and earn a little money. She ploughed the land as she had done for a very long time, and did all sorts of activities to earn a little money. With her money, she gradually restored the abandoned hut and installed a bed. One evening, after a long day's work, she returned to the hut to sleep as usual. As she rested in the middle of the night, she saw a tall figure at the entrance to the hut, which was open. Ella was alone in a remote area and had nothing to defend herself with. She wanted to scream, but it was as if she'd lost her voice. She watched as the figure got closer and closer, growing larger and larger. She was sweating. Suddenly she heard the voice of a man in his 50s. "Who's there? Who's there?" Frightened, she knelt down and began to say, "Please don't hurt me." Then the man stepped towards her. Cassie was surprised to see that he was an elderly man who didn't look like a bad guy. But she thought she was going to be chased out of the hut, so she continued to cry. "Please, sir, don't send me away. I have nowhere else to go." Suddenly, the man felt compassion for her. He could see the sadness and fear in her eyes. The man asked her to follow him to the mango tree to explain what she was doing there. Cassie prayed unceasingly in her heart. She implored God to help her. Under the tree, the man asked her what she was doing there, and Cassie told him her story. "I lost my parents when I was very young and ended up living with my aunt. She didn't have much money, but she helped us with the little she earned. It was while selling fruit to help my aunt financially that I met a rich man I had fallen in love with, who had lied to me and taken advantage of me. When I got pregnant, he gave me a real hard time. He beat me to the point where I lost my baby. After that, I ran away and ended up here." The man sympathized with her pain and couldn't understand how a woman as young as she was could have gone through so much. The man continued, "I'm really sorry and I feel for you." Cassie replied, "Thank you very much, sir. But this house is my only hope now. Please let me live there." The man understood her fear and replied, "Don't worry. You can continue to live in the house for as long as you like. I don't mind. It's not a big house, but it's not too small for 2 people." Cassie took a deep breath of relief. She'd been afraid he'd ask her out. She thanked the man and told him that since her arrival in this village, this was the first time she'd been shown such kindness and affection. The man smiled and replied that it was the least he could do, and that he was like a father to her. "You can call me Adekola," he added. He too was reassured that there would be someone to look after the house when he wasn't in the village. After long hours of conversation, the 2 of them made their way into the house, and the man opened one of the huts to which she had never had access. In this room, there were a few tools for cooking and some furniture. Adekola gave them to her so she'd feel more comfortable and wouldn't feel the need to pay for them again. She was very grateful for everything he did for her. Adekola stayed with her for a few days before leaving again. Meanwhile, Cassie's aunt hadn't heard from her in days, so she started calling her all the time, looking worried. As soon as Cassie picked up, her aunt asked, "Where are you, Cassie? You haven't come to visit me for days. I'm really sorry to tell you this, but I'm not at Kevin's anymore." "You're what? And where are you?" Cassie told her aunt how Kevin had beaten her so badly that she lost her baby. "Why didn't you tell me, Cassie? I'm really sorry, but I didn't want to upset you again, because I know you've got a lot on your mind. Can you tell me where you are so I can come over? I'll come over after Auntie. Don't worry about me." As soon as she hung up, her aunt was furious. She went to the police station to lodge a complaint against Kevin. The next day, the police arrived at Kevin's house. As soon as he saw them, he climbed over the back wall of the house and ran out of the village. He made his way to the city, leaving all his possessions and family behind. Meanwhile, Cassie was taking good care of Adekola. Whenever Adekola returned to the village, Cassie looked after him as if he were her father. It was her way of showing her gratitude to the old man for giving her the chance to live in his hut. He prepared good food for her and washed her clothes. She was very respectful towards him and took very good care of him. Adekola was fascinated by the food she prepared for him. He returned to the village more and more regularly just to be able to eat her food. Each time he returned, Cassie would prepare something different and unique. One day, Adekola called Cassie to have a chat with her. Well, Cassie, we're like father and daughter now. You've been here a long time and I've studied your behavior. You're very respectful and you're a really good cook. So I'd like to ask you to come and live with me in my villa in town. There, you'll be able to quickly find contracts to cook for big events, given your talent in the kitchen. And it would also benefit me because, since you'll be staying with me, I'll be able to enjoy your food every day. Cassie was really happy. She hadn't expected this. She hadn't been lucky enough to benefit from her parents' love before losing them. But this man really was like a father to her. She hugged Adekola. The following week, she accompanied him into town. Adekola lived in a large modern house in the city, and Cassie looked around in wonder. Indeed, within a few weeks of Cassie's arrival in town, she began to be asked to cook for big events. She was earning a bit of money, which enabled her to support herself without having to rely on Adekola. One day, she received a request from a lady who was looking for a competent cook to look after their father's 70th birthday party. On the day of the birthday party, there were a lot of people present. They ate and enjoyed the meal. Everyone congratulated Cassie on her cooking. She sat down in a corner, overwhelmed with joy. Her eyes were open, but her imagination had already carried her far away. She hadn't even noticed that there was a young man behind her watching her. As she was carried away in her imagination, she shivered with fear as soon as the young man touched her shoulder. She hadn't known there was someone beside her, nor had she expected it. Her breathing had stopped, and she couldn't take her eyes off the young man's face. He was incredibly handsome. Lost in her thoughts, she came back down to earth when the young man began. "My name is Akani. I've been watching you for minutes now. You're really very beautiful, and your outfit suits you wonderfully." Cassie smiled at his remark and thanked him for his kindness. The two spent their time chatting and telling each other all sorts of things. Akani exuded energy and joy of living, which Cassie greatly appreciated. Before leaving, Akani invited her for a drink later. Cassie was so happy, but she still had a reserve inside her. No matter how much she enjoyed it, she tried not to dream about it too much. She still had the memory of the bad times she'd had with Kevin, and she didn't want to rush into anything. Despite the number of years that had passed, she still had nightmares at night, and no longer enjoyed the company of men. She didn't want to suffer the same fate again, and was constantly on the run from flirts. At the end of the evening, she went back to Adekola's house to sleep at his place. Meanwhile, the police were still looking for Kevin, who had fled the village. After several weeks without finding him, the police confiscated all Kevin's belongings: his house, his cars, his store. They then went to his parents' house and arrested them. Kevin's innocent parents found themselves detained because of their son's barbaric acts. They didn't even know where he was. Meanwhile, Kevin was in town. He was homeless and sleeping rough. In the late evening, Adekola noticed that Cassie wasn't asleep. He asked her, "What's the matter, Cassie? Why do you look so pensive today? You told me the party went well, didn't you? Was there a problem?" She then decided to tell him about the meeting she'd had. "I met a young man to whom I gave my phone number. I think he likes me." Adekola didn't really understand how this could make her pensive. He asked her, and she replied, "I'm glad I met him, Dad, but I'm afraid of what's coming next. Since my affair with Kevin, I haven't had any more adventures, and I can't seem to get involved with a man. I can't trust them anymore, and that's a real handicap for me. I'm afraid of going through the same thing." Adekola understood her fear. "I understand your fear of approaching men, but you have to let go of your past. Despite my wife's death, I've continued to look on the bright side of life. We'd been married for 40 years, but unfortunately, we weren't able to have children. When you saw me, you didn't run away. You believed in me and stayed with me. If you were able to stay and even live with me, it's because deep down you're still capable. You've had a sad history in your past, but that's no reason to put all men in the same boat. You can't even count your ex-husband among the humans. He was very mean to you. A real man wouldn't have acted the way he did. You weren't lucky enough to find a good man for your first relationship, but there are many good-hearted men out there. You're right to be suspicious of men, but your suspicion shouldn't lead you to judge them all. You've had a chance to have a little chat with Akini. If you think you could give him a chance, then don't hesitate. But you just have to be careful with him. Cassie had learned a lot from Adekola's advice. She then discussed the party with Adekola for a while, and before saying goodbye, she thanked him again for everything he'd done for her. Just as she was getting ready for bed, she received a call from Akini. "Hi Cassie, I hope you're well. What do you say we meet tomorrow in my garden for dinner?" "Okay, no worries. I'm free tomorrow. We can meet around 8 p.m. "Okay, Cassie. Thank you very much. Have a great night." The next day, the meeting took place as planned. They discussed everything and anything, and Akini explained what he did for a living. He was a wealthy businessman. Despite his level of wealth, he was always humble, and Cassie appreciated this enormously. As the conversation grew more interesting and intimate, Cassie told Akini about her painful past. Akini felt very sorry for her. He took advantage of the moment and moved closer to Cassie, taking her hand and looking into her eyes. Then he poured out everything he had in his heart. "You know, Cassie, you're a very beautiful girl, and I really like you. Ever since I met you at the birthday party, I haven't stopped thinking about you. You're a really brave woman, and now that I've heard your story, I can't help but tell you how I feel about you. I love you, Cassie. I love your body. I love your manners. I love your afro hair. I love everything about you. I want you to give me a chance, and I promise to heal the wound your ex-husband has created in you. Can you give me a chance, Cassie?" Cassie was at a loss for words. She hadn't expected it so quickly. She answered yes, and Akini pulled her to him with a sudden gesture and kissed her passionately. Cassie couldn't resist him. He smelled so good. After a long, sweet kiss, Akini dragged Cassie into her bedroom, and what should have happened did. It was a very long night. The next day, Cassie called Adekola to tell him that she had slept with Akini. Adekola smiled slightly as he already understood everything. After the call, Cassie called Akini. "Now that you've slept with me, I hope you'll marry me." Akini replied, "Don't you believe in me? We can get married tomorrow if you want." Cassie was overjoyed and hugged her tightly. They decided to go to Cassie's village to find out what was needed for the wedding. When they arrived in the village, Cassie's aunt barely recognized her. She wasn't the same person. She had changed completely and had become more radiant. Her aunt was delighted to see her. She gave her a tearful hug. Akini introduced herself to Cassie's aunt, and once in the hut, Cassie explained everything she had been through to her aunt. Her aunt was so proud of her and of what she had become. Despite everything she'd been through, she'd never given up, and her strength and determination had made her what she was today. After a few moments of conversation, Akini took note of Cassie's dowry list. The wedding ceremony took place 2 weeks later in town in the presence of Cassie's aunt and Adekola. It was a complete success. Cassie was now very happy. She could find nothing to reproach Akini for, and her love for him was growing by the day. She often went to Adecola's house to take care of him and prepare delicious meals. Adecola was very grateful. One day, Cassie took her pregnancy test and noticed that she was pregnant again. She broke the news to her husband. He was overjoyed. A few weeks later, Cassie's belly had grown considerably. She could no longer go back and forth to get ready for big events in this state. Ikeni offered to find a personal driver for her. The next day, as planned, the driver arrived and was waiting for Cassie at the gate. Cassie got ready in her room and went out to get into the car. It was then that her face met the driver's. It was Kevin. Both were shocked. Kevin was speechless, unable to utter another word. He began to cry loudly, remembering everything he had done to him. He knelt down in front of Cassie and began to beg her for everything he had done to her. He'd mistreated her in the past, and now he stood before her as her employee. He'd suffered a lot on the street and was still suffering. He'd lost his store and everything he owned. Cassie didn't know what to say. She didn't even want to see him because he brought back too many bad memories. But after all, she wasn't as inhuman as he was. Even though you've done me a lot of harm, I want you to know that I forgive you. Yes, I forgive you. But I don't forget. I even thank you for everything you've done, because it wouldn't have given me the drive to succeed in life as I have today, and to have the chance to marry a man as wonderful as Ikeni. It's a past I've already put behind me, and today I'm moving forward. I forgive you, but I have no desire to hire you as my personal driver. Just the sight of you makes me want to vomit. I'll find you another job in my restaurant, but you can't be my personal driver. While he was crying his thanks to Cassie, the police arrived on the scene and seized him. It was Ikeni who had alerted them. He was very angry. Cassie didn't understand. I can't let someone who's caused you so much pain get off so easily, Ikeni said. He has to pay for what he's done. Kevin just cried. He was taken to prison and his parents were released. Once in prison, he began to realize all his mistakes. Unfortunately, it was too late to turn back the clock. Everything that was happening to him today was his own fault. He remembered the time he'd savagely beaten Cassie, leaving her lying in her own blood. He hadn't acted like a man because he'd left her in her condition and without a care in the world. He now regretted all his actions, but it was too late for regrets. A few months later, Cassie gave birth to 2 twins. She welcomed 2 children at once, and it was as if God had made up for the loss of her first child. She lived happily ever after with her husband, and together they made sure their children received the best education to make them the respectable men and women of tomorrow. Tell me from which country you follow this story, and give me your impressions in the comments. Above all, leave me a like to help me grow my channel. It will only take you a few seconds, but it will help me grow my channel very quickly. I'm counting on your kindness. Once upon a time, there was a man named Patrick who lived with his family in the large city of Chisamba. Patrick's family was wealthy and accomplished, and this was a subject of admiration throughout the city. Patrick had 2 daughters. One of his daughters was named Eleanor, whom he had with his current wife. His second daughter was named Imani, the child from his previous marriage. Patrick's overwhelming love for his daughter Eleanor led him to fulfill all her needs and even her greatest whims. In contrast, Imani was often forgotten and received no love from her father. Patrick did not like Imani's mother and had divorced her. He always thought Imani was not his biological daughter. To Patrick, his wife had cheated on him, and this is where his excessive hatred for Imani originated. Elena's mother also hated Imani because she found her more beautiful than her daughter Elena. Thus, Imani lived in a family where no one loved her. Patrick owned one of the largest and most beautiful houses in the entire city. His businesses were extremely successful. His daughter Imani, who was 22 years old, was 3 years older than Eleanor. Despite being poorly fed or spending entire days without eating, her daily life was filled with household chores that she performed diligently and earnestly. In contrast, Eleanor was a mischievous girl. She was not a homebody and loved to have fun. Her days were filled with outings to clubs and nightclubs. One Sunday evening, while Elena was out at a nightclub smoking and causing trouble in an illegal place, the police raided the nightclub and arrested a large number of people, including herself. The news reached her parents, who were frantic with worry. Patrick was ready to do anything to ensure his daughter's freedom if there was a chance for her. He went to see the officer, and after a discussion, the officer, corrupt as he was, confessed that he could replace his daughter with another person. Otherwise, there would be no other outcome until they went to court. Patrick, somewhat relieved and excited at the idea of having a chance with the officer, quickly agreed and went home to convince his daughter Imani to take Elena's place. Once home, Patrick told Imani that when she got out of prison, he promised to treat her well and enroll her in university. This brightened Imani's face, who shed tears of joy without realizing it, because every time she knelt to pray, she cried for her father's love. She quickly accepted the offer, not suspecting the worst experience that awaited her. After the successful exchange, Eleanor's mother danced in the shadows at the thought of finally getting rid of Imani. Once in prison, Imani found herself in the same cell as an elderly woman named Natalie. The latter was often sick and frequently had fits due to the intense heat in the prison. Imani had always been a kind-hearted girl, always with a radiant smile and a love for the simple things in life. Her nature made her feel so bad for the sick woman that she often helped her in prison. Natalie always received a visitor named Kevin. Kevin was her only son. Kevin was a very classy and handsome man. Every time he came to the prison, Imani would watch him endlessly. She found him very handsome, and deep down she was in love with him. But being very reserved, she had never made it known. She had never even told Mrs. Natalie. Natalie was accused of her husband's murder, which had landed her in prison. After several years in this cell, she was serving a sentence of which she did not know the true details. Kevin, her son, had tried every means to free her, but to no avail. However, she had only 3 months left to serve, unlike Imani, who had no visitors, no lawyer, no family. She had already been in the cell for several weeks. Since her arrival, Natalie no longer felt as alone as before. Imani respected her greatly and cared for her, which brought great inner peace to Natalie. One day, while they were talking, Natalie's curiosity led her to ask Imani what crime had brought her to prison. Great was her surprise when she learned that Imani had committed no crime. If there was indeed a crime, it was her quest for her father's love, her sister's love, and her stepmother's love. Touched, Natalie resolved to help her once she was free by pleading her case with her son. Imani had never expected any help, least of all from this lady. She was flooded with joy and hope. A tear escaped from her eyes in spite of herself. A few days later, while Imani was sleeping in her cell, one of the prison guards came to tell her that she had a visitor. A visitor? She wondered in surprise. Imani went to see the visitor, and to her surprise, it was her father. He had come with the idea of fooling his daughter again for her benefit. When Imani saw her father, she was overjoyed and wanted to hug him. But to her surprise, she was rejected by her father. "You smell bad," he shouted in her face. He then explained that she had a chance of getting out of prison if she did what he asked. Patrick's biggest business was in danger, and if he didn't manage to sign a deal with the richest man in town, his company might close down altogether. The wealthy man had asked Patrick to give him a daughter to satisfy his sexual desires, so that, in return, he would marry his second daughter, Eleanor, making him and Eleanor business partners. This would allow Patrick to grow his business. At the police station, Patrick asks Imani to sleep with the man. Imani was still a virgin and had therefore never been touched by a man until her father spoke to her. She automatically refused her father's proposal, as her femininity and virginity were dear to her. After many tricks by Patrick, who made her understand that it was the only way for her to get out of that cell, he argued that he would get enough money from the rich man, and that the money would be used to free her from prison, which was not true. Imani finally fell into this new trap set by her father. In the evening of that day, a very nice car came to pick up Imani and take her to the hotel room where she was supposed to meet the so-called rich man. When she arrived at the room, darkness was everywhere. Not wanting to be recognized, the man spoke in a different tone, since he was a very wealthy and influential person in town. He asked poor Imani to undress, which she did, crying. The strange voice asked her to climb onto the bed, even though she couldn't see anything. She did as she was told. The man, carried away by his intense desire, quickly climbed onto the bed and entered her unprotected and deviated. The room was dark. Imani couldn't see the man's face. The man couldn't see her either, but he didn't care. His only aim was to satisfy his desires. When he had finished satisfying his desires by taking advantage of Imani, he called his driver to take her back to the place where he had towed her. Imani returned to the prison all sad. As for the man, he slept in the hotel that night. When he woke up the next morning, he noticed a bloodstain on the bed, and that's when he realized that Imani was a virgin. Why would Patrick bring me a virgin girl when he could just find me a girl easily on the street? His head heavy with guilt, he quickly got into his car and left the hotel without even brushing or washing. Since that night, Imani had felt increasingly unhappy. Natalie, who knew her as a very cheerful and jovial girl, soon noticed. When she asked her if she was all right, she always said yes, even though she suffered in silence every time she remembered that she just lost her virginity so easily to someone she didn't even know. "I know you're worried because you're in prison, but in 2 weeks I'll be released, and I'll do everything in my power to get you out of here too," added Natalie. It's been 2 weeks since Imani did what her father asked her to do. But since then she's been in prison, and her father hasn't even thought of visiting her once. Eventually, she realized that her father had once again used and abandoned her, as was his wont. Meanwhile, Patrick was already showing the best wedding dresses to his daughter Eleanor. She was very happy and already imagining the beautiful life ahead with the rich man. The next day, Kevin came to accompany his mother home. She had finished serving her full sentence and could now go home. Imani was very happy for her, but she started to cry again because the only person who was close to her, the person she considered her mother, was leaving. Madame Natalie came to her and wiped away her tears. "I'll do everything in my power to get you out of here by the end of the week." She then gave him her address before leaving. When she arrived home, Madame Natalie begged her son to do something for Imani. Kevin wasn't expecting it, but since it was coming from his mother, he quickly agreed to do something for Imani. As he was friends with several police officers, he made several calls to negotiate Imani's release. Within a day, Imani was released. She immediately returned home to her parents. Patrick was eating at the table with his wife and daughter Elena when she entered the room. Her physical state and the strong smell she gave off took away their appetite. Patrick then asked her, "Have you been released, or have you escaped from prison?" Imani replied, "The lady who was in the same cell as me at the prison was released about a week ago. And as soon as she got out, she arranged for me to be released too." Patrick barely listened to Imani's words. He didn't care. "You're not welcome here in my house. Go back quietly to the place you left." Imani couldn't believe his ears. How can someone who says he's my father behave like this with me? Am I really his daughter? What have I done to deserve all this hatred? She began to cry loudly, feeling betrayed and used. She wiped her tears away and looked at Natalie's address in her pocket. She had thought of going to her house, asking her to employ her to work from home so she could find a place to sleep. She left her father's house and went to Natalie's address. When she got there, the guards at the door refused to let her into the house because she was in a rather dirty state. She had just left prison. She turned to leave when Kevin, Natalie's son, arrived in front of the house with his car. She greeted Kevin politely, and he asked her what she was looking for. Imani replied that she had come to thank Madame Natalie for helping her out of prison. "No, you don't need to thank her, don't worry." Imani knew that if she ever left, she was screwed because she didn't know where to sleep, and she had nowhere else to go. "In fact, I'd really like to see her, sir, even if it's for the last time," continued Imani. Kevin realized that there was no point in prolonging the discussion because he risked wasting time unnecessarily. He motioned to one of the house guards to let Imani in, which he did. The guard accompanied Imani. When Imani entered the house, her mouth dropped open. The house was so pretty, so clean, so beautiful. She looked all around her. Natalie, who could see her through the window, called her name. She came out of her dream. She went to greet Natalie. She was really shocked because in prison, Natalie was so humble and acted as if she was poor and had never behaved like a rich person. She could never imagine owning such a big house. "Come on, you can come into the bedroom," Natalie said. Imani followed Madame Natalie into her room, and forgetting that she had come to ask for a job, she began to talk about Natalie's house. "Your house is really incredible, Madame. I've never been in such a beautiful house in my life." But Madame Natalie didn't like people talking about her wealth or her house, so she quickly cut Imani off and asked if she wanted something to eat. Imani, who was very hungry because she'd just left prison, replied, "Whatever you like, Madame." Natalie quickly called the cook to prepare something for her guest. "Can you tell me a little about your family?" asked Natalie. It was then that she remembered why she had come to Natalie. Sadness quickly invaded her face. "What's wrong?" asked Natalie. Imani replied sadly that she was looking for a place to sleep and needed a job. "As soon as I got out of prison, I went home, but my parents kicked me out. I don't know where to go, and if I leave now, I might end up sleeping in the street." Natalie remembered all the things she'd done to her when she was in prison. "You're like a daughter to me, Imani. You can stay in the house as long as you like, I don't mind." Imani immediately replied, "I don't want to just stay here and enjoy your possessions, Madame. If I could work for you here, I wouldn't have to stay at home and do nothing." Natalie had known Imani in prison as a very wise girl, so she didn't hesitate to let her work as her housekeeper. She promised her a very good salary. That same day, Natalie, who had noticed that Imani wasn't well dressed and didn't have many clothes, decided to change her wardrobe. The first day went very well for Imani, who was already used to working and cleaning at home. In the evening, Kevin returned from work and pressed the buzzer. Natalie sent Imani to open the door for him. As she went to open the door for Kevin, a wind blew through her hair and it began to fly in the air. Imani's beautiful breasts and curves showed through the tight dress she was wearing. Kevin was speechless. In his mind, he thought, "Wow, what a beautiful woman. She clearly has it all." He continued to gaze at Imani's curves until her greeting brought him back down to earth. "Good evening, madam. Who are you, please?" She answered, "I'm Imani, the girl you helped get out of prison, the same one you met this morning." Kevin was surprised to see that the same dirty Imani he'd met in the morning had become so beautiful. "What are you still doing here? I thought you were supposed to greet my mother and leave." Natalie, who was listening to them, quickly went outside to answer her son. "She's my cleaning lady. I employed her." Kevin called his mother from across the room and asked her if she had studied this girl before employing her in their house. "I've only known this girl in prison. Are you sure she's wise and honest enough to work in our house?" But Natalie immediately replied, "Don't worry, my son. I know this girl well. Don't worry." Kevin loved his mother so much that he didn't contradict her. The next morning, Imani was already busy with her chores when the house bell rang. She went to open the door. It was Natalie's personal doctor. He had come with bad news. "Hello, madam. I've brought the results of the tests we ran recently, but the news isn't good." "Go ahead, sir. Tell me everything. I'm listening anyway." Unfortunately, it turns out that Natalie had a completely damaged kidney, and the only kidney that was still alive was not in good condition. "We need to get you a kidney transplant as soon as possible, madam. Otherwise, you risk the worst." Her son Kevin offered to give her his kidney. But once the tests had been carried out, the results revealed that Kevin's kidney could not be transplanted into Natalie because their blood types didn't match. Natalie was very sad. But she didn't worry, telling herself that even if she died, Imani would take care of her son. Natalie's last wish was for Imani to marry her son Kevin. Meanwhile, Kevin continued to contact other hospitals to try and find a compatible kidney for his mother. He didn't want to lose his mother so easily, as he never had the opportunity to spend much time with her. As a child, Natalie had been abducted, and he had spent most of his childhood without his mother's love. He didn't want to lose her now that they had the opportunity to be together. When Imani learned that Natalie hadn't found a compatible kidney, she was really sad. She went to see Kevin and offered to donate her kidney to Madame Natalie. Kevin was surprised by Imani's kindness. Without further explanation, he took Imani to the hospital to check the compatibility of her kidney, because his one and only concern was to save his mother, no matter what. Unfortunately, after the tests, the doctor again revealed that Imani's kidney was not compatible with Natalie's kidney either. Kevin returned home with Imani with a grandiose sadness. Once home, Imani rushed to see Natalie on her bed. Kevin followed her too. She stayed by her side, crying. "Unfortunately, my kidney isn't compatible with yours either, Madame Natalie. I'm so sorry." Madame Natalie said to herself that there was no chance of her living. It was as if fate was against her. No compatible kidney had yet been found to perform the transplant. It was at this point that she decided to tell her son what was in her heart, because she didn't know how long she would live. "My son, you know I'm closer than ever to the end. But I want you to make me a promise now." "What promise, Mom?" her son asked. "I want you to marry Imani and make her your wife. That's my last wish." Imani was very surprised by Natalie's announcement. Kevin refused. Imani is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, but I can't damage my honor and reputation by marrying a cleaning lady. Natalie tried to convince him again. If you don't grant this wish that's so dear to me, even if a kidney were to be found for me tomorrow, I'd refuse the transplant. Kevin was at a loss for words. What was he going to do in this situation? He loved his mother so much and would do anything for her. He didn't want his mother to leave him so soon, least of all because of himself. He didn't know what decision to make. But knowing that his mother's life was in danger, he agreed to marry Imani. Natalie was overjoyed. The next day, Kevin called Imani and gave her some papers to sign. When she read the papers, she noticed it was a marriage contract. She was very happy inside, but she didn't let it show. Kevin then began to explain to her that he had already made a promise to one person that he would marry her. But Imani, who was in a hurry to go and take care of Natalie, didn't have time to listen to his explanations. That evening, Kevin and Imani went to see Natalie. Natalie told them they were to be married tomorrow. "But why are you in such a hurry, Mum?" asked Kevin. "I want you to get married as soon as possible, because I don't know how much longer I have to live, and I'm getting worse every day. I don't want to die without knowing for sure that you've already married." Kevin, who didn't want to see his mother unhappy, immediately went to the courthouse to ask for a wedding as a matter of urgency. He didn't want to invite people over to his house. Once Kevin's request had been approved by the court, Natalie bought Imani a beautiful dress and dressed her herself. Kevin also got dressed, and they went to court together. A few hours later, they were already married. The newlywed couple returned home with Natalie, who was now in a wheelchair. After their wedding, Imani continued to sleep in her maid's room. But Natalie called to tell her she had to move her things into her husband's room. "You're married now. You're his wife from now on. So take your things and move into his room." Kevin wondered how he was going to live with a cleaning lady in his room. He was disinterested. He let Imani sleep on the chair or on a mat while he slept on the bed. A few days later, Natalie's health had completely deteriorated. Imani was alone with her at home. Aware that something had to be done quickly, she took her to the hospital before calling Kevin. Kevin, who was at the office, quickly went to the hospital. The doctor announced that unfortunately, Madame Natalie would die in a few hours if her kidney was not changed. Kevin had done everything he could to contact several hospitals, but he hadn't found a donor. The only person Kevin had found was a 5-hour drive from the hospital. She was a woman to whom Kevin had promised a lot of money if she agreed to donate her kidney. But the amount Kevin offered wasn't enough. Kevin called the woman back and promised her double the amount he had offered. This time, the woman agreed. Madame Natalie called her son to make one last request. "Kevin, promise me that you and Imani will support each other, and that you'll name your first child after me if it's a girl." "Mom, stop talking and get some rest, because the donor's already on his way," replied Kevin, cleverly dodging her question. Unfortunately, by the time the lady who was to donate her kidney arrived at the hospital, it was already too late. Madame Natalie had already passed away. Kevin was devastated, weeping bitterly. He had lost everything. Imani, shocked by the news, fainted and was immediately attended to by the doctors on the scene. When she awoke, she continued to cry. Natalie was like a mother to her. She had been abandoned by her family. Natalie was her only comfort. She did everything with her and began to be very close to her. Fate was against her. The doctors on the scene ran tests on her when she fainted. They brought the test results to Kevin. "Sir, your wife needs a lot of rest because of her condition. You've got to make sure she rests and doesn't get too sad because it's not good for her. And it's not good for her baby either." "Her baby?" asked Kevin, completely stunned. "Yes, sir. Your wife is pregnant," replied the doctor. Kevin, who had been mourning the loss of his mother, was now raging with anger. "I knew that girl was a whore," he said, sad and disappointed at the same time. "I knew that girl was a whore. But the one thing I never imagined was that she was pregnant by another man when she was supposed to be my wife. I thought she was honest. She was just fooling us with her good face. I'd warned my mother," Kevin thought inwardly. He got into his car and left the hospital in an indescribable state. He didn't even think of taking Imani home. A few hours later, Imani came to her senses and asked the doctors for permission to go home. A few weeks later, Natalie was buried in the presence of her son Kevin, her friends and Imani. As for Imani, she stayed at Natalie's grave and cried for hours. When she finally came home, Kevin was already waiting for her in the living room. "Our contract is finished. You can now go back to where you came from. After all, you're a street girl, an unscrupulous whore. I'll give you some money to get by, but that's it. I don't want to see you here anymore. How can you get pregnant when you're married to me, and I've never touched you? How can you? What excuse can you give for it? You're a whore. I knew it." Imani began to deny the pregnancy. "But I'm not pregnant, Monsieur Kevin," she replied. "Stop talking bullshit and see for yourself." Kevin handed her the papers written by the doctors. When Imani read the papers, she started to cry because she herself didn't know. Kevin continued to ask her questions. "Who is the father of your child?" Imani couldn't give an answer. She wasn't capable of it. "So you've actually slept with several men, and now you don't know who the father of your child is. I was beginning to like you, to love you. But now you've proved to me that women like you are never to be trusted. I was really starting to feel something for you. But now I hate you. I hate you," said Kevin. He went to his car, took out the divorce papers and handed them to Imani. As soon as she signed the papers, Kevin chased her out of the house. Imani was distraught. She cried outside alone. She was asking herself lots of questions. Where am I going to go now? My father disowned me. He used me several times before leaving me to my own devices. The only person who understands me is no longer with us. And now I'm pregnant by a man I don't know, a man whose face I've never even seen. She then went to Natalie's grave. She slept there for 3 days, crying all the time, even though she was pregnant. She also prayed day and night, asking God for help. She had no one to confide in. After 3 days of sleeping there, she found an unfinished building and took refuge from the cold night air. Meanwhile, Kevin was haunted all the time, as he kept thinking of all the care Imani had given his mother when he was away. If Imani hadn't been with Natalie, she might even have died in prison. He began to question himself. He was beginning to understand that he'd done something very wrong. Even if Imani had cheated on him with another man, he couldn't leave her alone to fend for herself in her condition. It was as if he'd forgotten everything she'd done for his mother. He got up abruptly, took his car and went in search of Imani. He went to his mother's grave because he knew Imani would be passing by. He asked the cemetery janitor if he'd seen a woman at his mother's grave in recent days. The janitor replied that she had already left and was in the unfinished building across the street. Kevin took his car and went to see Imani in very bad conditions. He asked her to follow him home, but Imani refused completely. Kevin grabbed her and forced her into his car. He drove home with her. She told him that she could continue to work in the house and that he would continue to pay her, but that as soon as she gave birth, she would leave his house. After a few months, Eleanor, who had already planned to marry Kevin, came to visit Kevin at home. When she came through the gate, she saw Imani in the house, cleaning, and the detail that didn't escape her was that Imani was pregnant. She immediately went home to inform her father Patrick of what she had seen. Patrick immediately went to Kevin's house. He decided to ask Imani some more serious questions. How did you get pregnant while working here? Who's the father of your child? Answer me right away, or you'll be in big trouble. Imani plucked up her courage and answered her father, crying. You're the only one responsible for everything that's happened to me in my life. You're the one who sent me to sleep with a man so that I could be released from prison. This man made love to me without protecting himself, and I don't even know him. I didn't even see his face when he was making love to me. When Patrick heard this, a cold chill ran through his body. In fact, Kevin was the rich man he'd sent his daughter Imani to that night. So Kevin was the real author of this pregnancy, he told himself inwardly. He hurried home to explain the situation to his daughter Elena. Elena told him they had to get Kevin to marry her quickly before the truth came out. A few weeks later, Imani became dizzy and was immediately rushed to the nearest hospital. Once there, she went into labor and gave birth to a beautiful baby girl, whom she named Natalie, as Madame Natalie had wished before her death. When she came home and Kevin saw the child, he thought she was beautiful and couldn't stop looking at her. He quickly forgot the hatred he had for Imani, so much did he love the baby. He had a certain connection with her, but he couldn't understand it. Until then, he would never have imagined that she was actually his child. He loved the child so much that he showered him with love and affection and gave him many gifts. Imani was very sad. She told herself that her life wouldn't be the same if only she knew the father of her child. The next day, Eleanor visited Kevin to plan their wedding, when she noticed that Imani had already given birth to a baby girl. She felt uneasy, as her father had already informed her that the child belonged to Kevin. When Kevin saw her, he didn't have time to welcome her properly because he was playing with the child. He didn't pay much attention to Eleanor. He continued to play with the child and looked very happy. Eleanor, feeling embarrassed, left the house angry and sad at the same time, and went home with tears in her eyes. It was at this point that Kevin got into his car and drove to Eleanor's house to apologize for his lack of concentration. He arrived and parked his car outside, and just as he was about to knock on the door, he began to hear noises in the room. He put his ear to the door to hear what was going on. That's when he heard Eleanor crying hotly and accusing her parents. If Kevin ever found out he was the father of Imani's child, can you imagine what would happen? He'd probably decide to end our marriage. That would be a shame for me, said Eleanor, crying as Kevin heard everything at the door. He was surprised. Tons of questions began to cross his mind. Am I the father of Imani's children? But how is that possible? No, I don't think so. There must be some misunderstanding. His heart was beating so fast and he was sweating hotly. Elena continued crying and talking. Why did you send Imani that night, Dad? Couldn't you have found another girl? At least if you'd sent me, I'd be the actual mother of Kevin's child, Eleanor cried. Shocked by what he'd just heard, Kevin immediately got into his car to drive home. He couldn't drive properly, so mixed up were his feelings. He almost crashed several times. The disappointment of having used the innocent girl Imani that night to satisfy his needs. The joy of learning that he was the father of the girl he adored and cherished so much. The surprise when he discovered the true face of Patrick and his whole family. All his feelings were mixed up, and he was completely lost. When he arrived home, Kevin asked Imani to tell him the truth. "What truth are you talking about?" asked a surprised Imani. Kevin continued, "Since you've been in this house, I haven't seen you with any men, and since you gave birth, no men have come forward. Tell me the truth. You don't really know the man who got you pregnant. How is this possible?" Then Imani spoke up and explained everything. "When I was in prison, my father forced me to sleep with a rich man and promised me I'd get out of jail afterwards. Unfortunately, once the man had slept with me, my father didn't say anything about release until Madame Natalie helped me get out of prison. The night the deed was done, the man who slept with me wouldn't let me see his face. We were in a dark room, and he deflected me without even knowing me or seeing me. I have never slept with a man in my life, and I had always promised myself to keep my virginity until marriage. But unfortunately, my father betrayed my trust. And today, I don't know the man who took my virginity and who is the father of my child. Now, can you explain to me the exact reason why you were in prison?" Imani explained that it was her half-sister Eleanor who had been smoking and making a mess at a club, and that the police had arrested them, but that her father had bribed the police so that she would go to prison instead of Eleanor. When Kevin finished listening to everything the young woman had explained, he felt devastated and guilty. He was part of the reason for Imani's suffering. He went to bed in his room but couldn't sleep all night. The next day, without saying a word to Imani, Kevin took samples of the child's hair to the hospital for a DNA test. It turned out that the child was indeed his. He decided that the only way to put things right was to remarry Imani. He called Imani and asked her if she would marry him again. Imani immediately refused. She had enough problems of her own. Kevin insisted, but she continued to refuse. Kevin suddenly pulled her towards him and kissed her passionately. She couldn't resist him. She'd been in love with Kevin ever since he'd seen her in prison. But she didn't want any more trouble. Aware that she had promised Natalie to marry Kevin, and completely charmed by that sweet kiss, she again accepted his proposal of marriage. Kevin organized a very grand wedding this time, one that truly defined him. Many great personalities were invited to the wedding. It was a beautiful ceremony. The following day, Eleanor and her father learned that Kevin had married Imani. They went to Kevin's house, all upset. "Why did you cheat on my daughter?" "You're a manipulator, Kevin." Kevin replied, "Me? A manipulator? What about you? First, you take advantage of this poor girl, and now you deny the promise you made to Eleanor to marry her. Let me inform you that I overheard the entire conversation you recently had with your daughter Eleanor. I was at your door, and I heard everything. I now know the truth. Now get out of my house." He ordered his guards to evict Eleanor and Patrick. The guards quickly complied. Imani was shocked by what she had just heard. "Daddy, is Kevin the same guy who slept with me the other night?" Imani asked confusedly. "Yes, it's him. He's a manipulator," replied Patrick before being thrown out by the guards. Imani was overwhelmed. "How could you keep something like this from me when you knew about it, Kevin? How could you keep something like this from me? It's my child. Can't you see that?" In anger, she gathered up her luggage and decided to leave the house. Kevin knelt down to beg her. "Please forgive me, Imani. I heard this news not long ago too. I wanted to tell you, but I was afraid and I felt so guilty. I'm really sorry. I only found out recently because I overheard a discussion between your father and Eleanor, where they were saying that I was the father of your child. Imani was at the end of her tears, but she was a girl with a heart of gold, and she decided to forgive Kevin for the sake of her child. Since that day, Kevin had changed a lot. He had become very attentive to Imani and took good care of her. This time, Imani really felt like a happy woman. She loved her husband, and her husband loved her. As for her father Patrick, he saw misery knocking at his door very quickly. His biggest company went bankrupt because Kevin, who owned the majority of shares, withdrew everything. Patrick saw all his assets collapse overnight, and at the end of his misery, with no other way out, he ended up working as a gardener for a lady in town. As for his daughter Eleanor, she ended up working as a maid in a bar. This was their punishment for all the evil they had done to Imani. Imani and Kevin lived happily away from the wickedness of Patrick and his family, under the divine and spiritual protection of Mum Natalie. Never take away someone else's shine by thinking you can shine brighter, because karma will always end up working against you. Just be yourself. Live within your means. Don't try to destroy someone else's life just to make your own better. Tell me from which country you followed this story, and give me your impressions in the comments. Above all, leave me a like to help me grow my channel. It will only take you a few seconds, but it will help me grow my channel very quickly. I'm counting on your kindness.
Once upon a time, in a big bright village filled with singing birds and tall dancing trees, there lived a young girl named Bukumi. Bukumi was a special girl with a big smile and sparkly eyes. She was the only child of the richest couple in the village. Everyone in the village knew her and said, "Look, there goes Bukumi, the gem of our village." Bukumi's mother and father loved her so very much. They had a big house, the biggest one could see, with many rooms filled with laughter and love. Around their house, there were farms with lots of fruits and vegetables, and fields that stretched wide under the sun. Her father owned the biggest store in the market, where people came from all over to buy things. They had shiny jewels that twinkled like stars, and soft clothes that felt like the touch of a cloud. Bukumi's parents gave her everything she needed, and her heart was full of joy. Everywhere Bukumi went, she went with her mother and father. They took her to colorful markets, to sparkling rivers, and to visit friends in nearby villages. Everyone who met Bukumi loved her because she was kind and sweet, just like her parents. But the best part? In Bukumi's house, there was a secret. A big secret. There was one room that nobody ever went into. Even Bukumi didn't go in there. It was the mystery room, and it made her home feel like a castle with hidden treasures. So, in her big, beautiful house, with her loving mother and father, Bukumi's life was like a wonderful dream. And that's how our story begins, with a girl whose life was filled with blessings and a secret waiting to be discovered. One sunny day, something very sad happened. Bukumi's mother and father went on a trip across the big blue river to visit some friends in another village. They were traveling in their canoe, the one painted with beautiful patterns and bright colors. Bukumi didn't go with them because she was feeling a little sick, so she stayed at home, resting. But that day, the river was trickier than anyone thought. It swirled and twirled, faster and wilder than usual. Bukumi's mother and father tried to steer their canoe carefully, but the water was too strong. Suddenly, with a big splash, their canoe tipped over and capsized. It was a very big accident, and oh, it was so sad, because Bukumi's mother and father didn't come back. They went to the stars above leaving little Bukumi all alone. When the news reached the village, everyone felt a great sadness. Bukumi was very, very sad. She missed her mother and father so much. Her tears fell like raindrops, and her smile was gone. The villagers, who loved her parents and her, came to her house. They brought her food, they hugged her, and they cried with her. To show respect for her mother and father, the people in the village did something very special. They decided to close the market for a few days. No one bought or sold anything. Instead, they remembered all the good times they had with Bukumi's parents. They talked about how kind and generous they were and how they made the village a brighter place. The big bright village was quiet during those days, quieter than it had ever been. The trees seemed to whisper softly, and even the birds sang gently. Everyone was mourning, showing their love for Bukumi's family and hoping to comfort her in her big loss. And so, the village stood still, and the little girl with the big smile, now filled with sadness, learned that sometimes, even in the brightest places, sad things can happen. But her village was with her, holding her hand through it all. In Bukumi's big, beautiful house, where every room was filled with laughter and love, there was one room that was different. It was the forbidden room, a room so secret that even Bukumi, the little princess of the house, was never allowed to peek inside. This room had a big old wooden door with a heavy lock that glinted in the sunlight. The key to the lock was hidden, and nobody talked about where it might be. The walls around the door were draped in colorful cloths, making it look mysterious and important. Now, this wasn't just any room. Oh no, it was a room wrapped in whispers and shadows. The older servants in the house, those who had been there since Bukumi was just a baby, knew something about this room. They knew that it held a secret so big that it could scare the stars away from the sky. Long ago, before Bukumi was born, there were curious servants who wondered what was behind that door. They tried to listen at the keyhole or peek under the door. But oh dear, those who tried too hard to find out the secret disappeared. Just like that. Poof! One day they were there, and the next day they were gone. Nobody knew where they went. And after a while, no one dared to talk about them anymore. The other servants whispered among themselves, "Never go near that room. If you do, you might vanish too, like the wind that disappears at the end of the day." So they just cleaned around the door, never touching it, always walking past it quickly, with their heads down. Bukumi knew about the room, of course. Her parents had told her, "That's a special room, my dear. We must never go inside. It's for the best." And because she loved and trusted her parents, Bukumi never asked why. She just nodded and played, her little heart beating fast whenever she passed by the forbidden room. So, the room stayed locked and silent, holding its breath and its secrets, while the big house buzzed with life around it. It was like a quiet shadow in a sea of sunshine, always there, always waiting. After the sad loss of her parents, Bukumi needed help to take care of her big, lovely house. So one sunny morning, she decided to find new helpers. That's when she met Simi and Abu, the only twins in the whole village. They were known for being very kind and very hardworking, and everyone liked them because they always smiled and said nice things. Simi was as bright as the morning sun, always ready to lend a hand or share a laugh. Her brother, Abu, was just as cheerful, but a bit quieter, always thinking, always watching carefully to learn things quickly. They were like two peas in a pod, never far from one another. And they took care of each other just as well as they took care of everything else. Bukumi liked them right away. She saw how neatly they did their work and how politely they spoke to everyone. "You two will be perfect for my house," she told them with a hopeful smile. trying to make her big, quiet house feel like a home again. The twins were happy to help Bukumi. They moved into the servants' quarters and started their new jobs the very next day. They swept the floors, polished the furniture, and made sure everything in the house was just right. Simi loved to sing while she worked, and her voice was so sweet that even the birds would stop to listen. Abu, on the other hand, was great at fixing things. No broken gate or leaky roof lasted long with him around. As they worked, they respected all the house's rules, especially the one about the forbidden room. They had heard whispers about it from the other servants. "That's the room no one goes into," they were told, and they nodded seriously, understanding the importance of the rule. Bukumi felt a little lighter with the twins around. Their cheerful ways brought new joy to her home, and their loyalty was clear. They cared about her and the house deeply. It seemed like, with Simi and Abu there, the shadows in the corners of the big house were a little less dark and the silence a little less quiet. So, life at Bukumi's house began to find a new rhythm, with the laughter and chatter of the loyal twins filling the air. But the secret of the forbidden room lingered, a silent question that hung in the air like a soft whisper, waiting, always waiting. The second anniversary of Bukumi's parents' passing was approaching, and the whole house was busy preparing for the remembrance ceremony. It was a big event in the village, and everyone wanted everything to look perfect to honor their memory. Simi and Abu were especially busy, cleaning every corner and making sure the house sparkled. As they cleaned, they moved from room to room, dusting, sweeping, and arranging. But there was one room they hadn't touched, the forbidden room. Simi, ever curious, noticed that despite all their cleaning, the door to that room stayed firmly shut, its lock shiny and unmarked by fingerprints. One day while they were preparing, Simi turned to Abu and whispered, "Have you ever wondered what's inside that room? We've cleaned everywhere else, but that room, we've never even opened the door." Abu looked at the door, his eyes filled with curiosity, but also caution. "Yes, but remember what the others said. It's forbidden for us, for anyone. We shouldn't think about it too much." But the question had already planted itself in Simi's mind. Later that day, she found a moment to ask Bukumi. "Miss Bukumi," she began gently, "there's one room we haven't cleaned. With so many people coming for the ceremony, shouldn't we clean it too?" Bukumi, who was arranging some flowers, paused and looked towards the forbidden room. Her face turned a bit serious, and her voice was firm. "No, Simi, that room is fine. It doesn't need to be cleaned. And I need you to promise me, you and Abu, never to worry about that room. It must stay closed." Simi nodded, a little disappointed, but respecting Bukumi's wishes. "Yes, Miss Bukumi," she replied. But the mystery of the room tugged at her heart. Why was it so important to keep it closed? What was inside that made it so special? That evening, Simi and Abu talked about it in hushed tones. "Maybe it's full of treasure," Simi guessed, her imagination running wild. "Or maybe it's a secret place where stories of old are kept," Abu added, loving a good mystery as much as his sister. Despite their curiosity, they both agreed to follow Bukumi's instructions. They didn't go near the room again, focusing on their duties and the upcoming ceremony. But the seed of wonder had been sown, and both knew that the question of what lay behind that locked door wouldn't leave them alone. It was a riddle wrapped in a mystery, hidden just out of reach, and it called to them, soft and persistent in the quiet moments of their days. As the day of the remembrance ceremony drew closer, the village buzzed with activity. People from nearby villages and even distant ones began arriving, their voices and footsteps filling the air with anticipation and respect. Bukumi's home became the center of activity, with guests admiring its beauty and the careful preparations. Simi and Abu worked tirelessly, making sure every guest felt welcome and every corner of the house was perfect. However, the presence of so many visitors and the constant talk about honoring the past only made the mystery of the forbidden room more tantalizing to them. The room seemed to call to them, a whisper among the louder echoes of the bustling house. One quiet evening, after a long day of preparations, Simi and Abu sat together in the kitchen. The house was calm for a moment, and the twins shared their thoughts. Everyone is talking about memories and secrets, Simi said, her eyes glinting with a mix of mischief and wonder. And there, we have a room full of secrets right here, and we know nothing about it. Abu nodded, his curiosity also rekindled by the day's chatter. It's strange, isn't it, to have a part of the house that even we can't see. What could be so important or dangerous that it needs to be locked away? The twins looked at each other, a silent agreement forming between them. They knew they were told never to enter, but the mystery was too much. They decided they had to know what was inside the forbidden room. But we must be careful, Abu said, the cautious part of him coming to the forefront. We can't just walk in. We need a plan, something that makes sure we don't end up like those who disappeared. Simi agreed, and together they devised a simple but clever plan. They decided that one of them would enter the room first, while the other waited outside. The one inside would quickly look around and come back out to share what they saw. This way, they hoped to satisfy their curiosity without the risk of both getting into trouble at the same time. We'll do it early in the morning, proposed Simi, when most are still asleep and the others are busy with their own tasks. Abu agreed. And we'll be quick about it. If anything feels wrong, we come right back out. No lingering inside. Their plan set, the twins felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. They knew they were disobeying a direct order, but the pull of the unknown was too strong to resist. They went to bed that night with their secret plan tucked away, dreaming of what they might find behind the mysterious door. The forbidden room awaited them, silent and still, holding its breath for the morning. The next morning arrived quietly. Early in the morning, when it was still a bit dark outside, Simi and Abu woke up feeling both excited and a bit scared. They quietly got out of bed, trying not to make any noise that would wake the other servants or the guests who were already up. They walked softly to the forbidden room. As they got closer, the air felt cooler, and the hallway seemed to stretch out longer than usual. The door of the room looked big and old, and it was cold when Simi touched it. Abu stood watch while Simi, taking a deep breath, slowly turned the handle. The lock clicked open surprisingly easily, as if it had been waiting for them all this time. Simi pushed the door open with her foot and stepped inside, her heart racing. The moment Simi crossed the threshold, the light from the hallway seemed to disappear, swallowed by an impenetrable darkness. She blinked, trying to adjust her eyes, but it was no use. Abu, it's all dark. I can't see anything, she called out, her voice tinged with panic. Outside, Abu strained to hear his sister's voice. As he focused on the sounds from the room, his own world began to dim, the sounds muffling as if he was diving deep underwater. Suddenly, he realized he couldn't hear anything at all. Not Simi, not the distant early birds, nothing. Fearing for his sister, Abu stepped into the room, hoping to find her by feeling his way. As he crossed the same threshold, his sight remained, but the silence engulfed him. His ability to speak or hear was gone. He could see the room, a plain space with nothing but an old chest in the center, but he couldn't hear his own footsteps or the worried calls of his sister. Simi, blind in her dark world, could hear her brother moving but couldn't see him. "Abu, can you see me?" she shouted, her voice echoing strangely in the darkness that surrounded her. Abu, unable to hear her cries, moved closer, his hands outstretched trying to communicate. He saw Simi's outline, her hands reaching out in the dark, but his voice, when he tried to speak, made no sound. Frustrated and scared, he reached out and finally touched her arm. They stood there, one enveloped in silence, the other in darkness, both trapped in their separate experiences of the room's mysterious curse. Panic set in as they realized they could neither fully communicate nor escape the effects of the room. Abu led Simi by the hand, guiding her back to the door, hoping that leaving the room would end their ordeal. But as they stepped back across the threshold, the door swung shut with an ominous thud trapping them inside. Simi's blindness and Abu's deafness continued, their senses cut off, leaving them isolated in their own versions of darkness. The forbidden room had ensnared them, its secret far more sinister and powerful than they had ever imagined. Simi, who still had her voice, shouted loudly, and Abu, who can still see, hit the door over and over again, hoping someone was nearby. But neither the sound from Simi's voice nor Abu's push came out of the room. It was an entirely different world in there. Back outside, as the day of the ceremony dawned, the village was buzzing with activity and excitement. Bukumi, busy with the final preparations, hadn't noticed the absence of Simi and Abu at first, but as hours passed and the twins were nowhere to be seen, her concern grew. They were always punctual, always where she needed them, their absence completely out of character. "Bukumi, we haven't seen Simi or Abu this morning," one of the servants whispered to her, worry creasing his brow. Bukumi's heart sank. They had never missed a day of work, let alone on such an important day. She quickly organized a search. "Check everywhere," she instructed, her voice tense with urgency. "Look in the gardens, the storerooms, every room in the house. Find them." The servants scattered, calling out the twins' names, their voices echoing through the corridors and across the grounds. But there was no reply, no sign of Simi or Abu. The other servants checked the usual places, the kitchen, the garden, the market path, but found nothing. As the sun climbed higher, the unease turned to panic. Bukumi felt a dread settling in her chest. Where could they be? She muttered to herself, trying to remember the last time she saw them. Her mind raced with possibilities, each more frightening than the last. By the time the guests began to arrive for the ceremony, the whole household was in disarray. However, Bukumi told her servants not to tell anyone about the missing twins, not even the chiefs or their parents. She wanted to keep the secret within the household. As the day turned into evening and there was still no sign of Simi and Abu, Bukumi's worry turned to fear. She knew the twins wouldn't leave without telling her, especially not today. Something was wrong, very wrong. "I've looked everywhere, Miss Bukumi," the head servant reported, his face drawn with concern. "They're nowhere in the house or on the grounds." Bukumi's mind raced to the forbidden room. Had they? Would they? She pushed the thought away, too afraid of what it might mean. "Bukumi, could they have gone to the village for something?" one of the young servants suggested, trying to offer a benign explanation. Bukumi shook her head, feeling a chill. "They would have told me," she said quietly, her gaze drifting towards the house, towards the room that no one was supposed to enter. The search continued into the night, lanterns flickering in the dark as servants and some willing guests combed every possible corner. But as the night deepened, hope dimmed. Bukumi stood by her window, looking out at the dark shapes of the search parties, feeling a deep, cold fear. She knew the village, her home, was full of secrets, and she dreaded that the twins might have stumbled upon one they shouldn't have. The house felt different that night, heavier, as if it too missed the presence of the loyal twins. Bukumi felt alone, truly alone for the first time since her parents' death, surrounded by whispers and shadows and the weight of a secret she did not fully understand. A few days passed since the disappearance of Simi and Abu, and the atmosphere in Bukumi's house had shifted from worry to a tense, uneasy silence. Each morning brought no news of the twins, and each night felt heavier than the last. The vibrant spirit that once filled the house seemed to have vanished along with them. Then, something strange and terrible began to unfold. It started subtly at first, a faint, unpleasant smell that seemed to drift through the corridors of the large house. At first, Bukumi thought it might be a spoiled piece of food or a problem with the waste bins. But as the hours passed, the smell grew stronger, more pungent, and unmistakably the scent of decay. Bukumi's heart sank as the smell permeated every room, becoming so overpowering that it was impossible to ignore. The servants whispered anxiously among themselves, their faces pinched with fear. "What is that awful smell?" they muttered, covering their noses with cloths as they moved through their chores. The house, once a place of warmth and laughter, now felt like a shadowed cave, filled with a looming, dreadful stench. Bukumi wandered through her home, her face drawn and pale, her thoughts racing. The scent seemed to seep out of the walls themselves, filling every corner with a sense of doom. By the evening of the third day, the smell had become unbearable. The servants barely spoke as they moved about, their eyes wide with fear. They knew such a smell could only mean one thing, and none dared to say it aloud. In the dead of night, Bukumi lay in her bed, the smell infiltrating her room, making her stomach churn. Sleep was impossible. Her mind was haunted by visions of what could cause such a stench. The forbidden room flashed in her mind, its door shut tight, its secrets locked inside. Could it be? Her heart pounded at the thought. The next morning, unable to bear it any longer, Bukumi called her most trusted female servant. "This can't go on," she said firmly, trying to mask her fear with resolve. "We need to find the source of this smell. It's unbearable." As the day wore on, the tension in the air thickened, the foul odor hanging like a cloud over the house. The servants' faces were lined with dread, each wondering if they would be the next to vanish, swallowed up by the house's dark secrets. The sun set with no resolution, the house shrouded not just in darkness, but in a palpable fear of the unknown. Whispers filled the halls, speculations of curses and ghosts, of wrath from beyond the grave. Bukumi felt the weight of her family's legacy pressing down on her, the hidden truths of her home becoming a burden she could no longer bear alone. As the dawn broke over the village, the head servant, overwhelmed by the foul smell and driven by fear for the safety of everyone in the house, made a decision that would change everything. He quietly left the house and walked through the still sleeping village to seek the wisdom of the elders. This was not a decision he made lightly, for it was known that involving the elders meant bringing the entire village into the affairs of Bukumi's household, something Bukumi had always tried to avoid. The elders gathered in the village meeting hut, a place where important decisions were made and disputes settled. The head servant, his face etched with worry, told them of the mysterious disappearance of Simi and Abu, the unbearable smell, and the shadow of fear that had fallen over Bukumi's home. The elders listened intently, their expressions grave. They knew the history of the house, the whispers of secrets kept, and the weight of the tragedies that seemed to linger around Bukumi's family. After a moment of silent discussion among themselves, they decided it was time to intervene, for the safety of the entire village might be at stake. Led by the head elder, a group made their way to Bukumi's house. Bukumi was taken aback by their sudden appearance, but understood the seriousness of their visit. The head elder, with a voice both gentle and firm, addressed her. Bukumi, you are a cherished member of our village, and your welfare, and that of your household, concerns us all. We must search the house thoroughly to uncover the source of this trouble. Bukumi, feeling the weight of her ancestors' secrets bearing down upon her, nodded in silent consent. Together with the elders, the servants resumed the search, now with an air of solemnity and purpose, driven by the elders' presence. They went through each room systematically until only one remained, the forbidden room. Bukumi hesitated at the door, her heart racing. The head elder noticed her reluctance and gently asked, "What lies beyond this door, Bukumi?" Bukumi swallowed hard, her voice barely a whisper. "It is a place of old family secrets, ones not even I am privy to. My parents forbade entry to all." With a nod of understanding yet resolute determination, the head elder approached the door. Before he touched it, Bukumi exclaimed, "No, please, don't open the door. Please, it's a family secret which I don't know of." Her plea hung in the air, but it was too late. The elder turned the handle, the lock clicking open as if it had been waiting for this very moment. The door swung open, and the group was immediately hit by the full force of the dreadful stench. They stepped inside, peeping into the room. There in the plain room, the tragic truth lay revealed. Simi and Abu's bodies were found lying lifeless on the floor, their faces peaceful yet pale. A wave of sorrow swept through the room, the reality of their fate drawing gasps and murmurs from the gathered crowd. The village elders turned to Bukumi, their faces a mix of sorrow and concern. It was clear now that something dark and mysterious had claimed the lives of two innocent souls within these walls. Bukumi, tears streaming down her face, could only shake her head, her worst fears realized. This discovery marked a turning point as the village came together to mourn the loss of Simi and Abu and to support Bukumi in her time of grief. The secrets of the forbidden room were secrets no longer, and the shadows that had hung over the house began to lift, dispelled by the light of truth and the compassion of the community. The discovery of Simi and Abu's bodies within the forbidden room sent shockwaves through the village. Grief turned quickly to anger as whispers spread like wildfire. By morning, those whispers had formed into a dark cloud of suspicion that hovered solely over Bukumi. As the villagers gathered in the central square, the murmurs grew louder. How could such a thing happen right under her roof? One person questioned. She must have known, another accused. The idea took root that perhaps Bukumi had used the twins for some dark ritual to renew her parents' wealth, a continuation of the mysterious practices believed to be part of her family's legacy. Despite her protests and pleas of ignorance, the community's fear and anger were unassailable. Bukumi stood in the middle of the village square, surrounded by her once friendly neighbors, now looking at her with eyes filled with judgment and fear. The village elders, pressured by the crowd's fury, reluctantly called for a decision. "We must ensure such a tragedy never occurs again," the head elder announced gravely. "Bukumi, you are accused of harboring dark secrets that have led to the death of two of our beloved. What do you say in your defense?" Bukumi, overwhelmed by the sea of hostile faces, could barely speak. "I knew nothing of any darkness in that room," she cried, her voice trembling. "I respected my parents' wishes to keep it closed just as they instructed. I am innocent of these accusations." Her words, however, fell on deaf ears. The pain of the loss was too great, and the need for blame too strong. The village, blinded by grief and stirred by fear, made a fateful decision. "For the safety of us all, we cannot allow this shadow to linger over our village," declared an elder. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the square, the sentence was carried out. Bukumi was tied to a wooden post at the edge of the village. Despite her continued pleas for mercy and understanding, the air was filled with the sound of flint striking steel. Tears streamed down Bukumi's face as the first sparks caught the dry wood piled around her feet. The fire quickly took hold, and as the flames began to rise, Bukumi's despair turned to fury. "I curse this village!" she screamed over the roar of the fire. "Just as you accused me wrongly, may you too face false accusations and feel this same helpless rage." Her tragic end was met with silence from the crowd, many of whom now watched with a mix of horror and remorse. As the flames engulfed her, the sky above darkened, and a cold wind swept through the square, as if nature itself mourned the grave injustice being done. That night, the village did not celebrate justice. It mourned a loss that was deeper and more profound than it understood. Bukumi's curse, whether born of real powers or merely the bitterness of a wrongful death, lingered in the hearts of all as they dispersed, each person carrying a shard of the tragedy back to their silent homes. The memory of the fire's heat and Bukumi's final, anguished cries would haunt the village for generations to come. Years went by, and the sad story of Bukumi became something the villagers only whispered about. The spot where she was last seen was left alone, a burned patch of ground that nobody wanted to touch. The village looked the same, but it felt different. People felt bad about what had happened and often thought about Bukumi's last angry words. Then something happened that made everyone remember Bukumi's curse. A faraway village accused them of stealing a very old and valuable crown. Even though the villagers said they didn't do it and there was no real proof, the accusation stuck. People started avoiding the village and friends looked at them strangely. The village leaders had to go explain themselves to a big chief who asked them tough questions, just like they had once asked Bukumi. They tried really hard to show they were innocent, but no one seemed to believe them, just like no one had believed Bukumi. The big chief barred anyone from entering the village for 10 years, which means they will have to grow the food they eat by themselves, make their own clothes, and won't be able to get new things or see anywhere outside the village for a whole 10 years. It was just like an open prison for the villagers. As this hard time went on, the villagers started to see how unfair they had been to Bukumi. They remembered how they had let fear make them do something very wrong. They realized that being too quick to judge someone could lead to terrible mistakes. The older villagers, now with gray hair, would meet and talk about what had happened. "We can't let fear and anger decide for us," they would say. "We should remember Bukumi and learn from our mistakes. We need to look for the truth carefully and treat everyone fairly." After many years, the real thieves were caught trying to sell the stolen crown, And the village was no longer blamed. Everyone felt relieved, but they also thought a lot about what had happened. They worked to fix their friendships and make sure they were seen as trustworthy again. But they were more careful this time. In the middle of the village, they put up a small stone for Bukumi, covered with wildflowers. It had words on it that said, "In memory of Bukumi, whose sad story teaches us to be careful with the truth and not rush." Here's what we can learn from this story. For parents, be careful about the choices you make, especially those that could affect your children. They might end up dealing with consequences for things they didn't even know about or understand, just like Bukumi. For workers, if you've been told not to do something at work, there's usually a good reason for it. Remember Abu and Simi and the forbidden room? They went into a place they were told to avoid, and it led to big problems that eventually cost their lives. So, always follow the rules you're given to stay safe and keep out of trouble. For communities, it's easy to let anger or fear make decisions for us, but that often leads to mistakes and unfair actions, just like what happened to Bukumi. Instead, we should take the time to listen to all sides of a story and really understand what's going on before we act. This way, we can make fair and wise choices and avoid hurting others for something they did not do because of misunderstandings or quick judgments. I hope you enjoyed the tale. If so, please like the video, share it with your family and friends, comment on it, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell for more enchanting tales like this one. Once upon a time, in a bright and busy village, lived a couple named Fatima and Laolu. They had a little home, not big and fancy, but full of love. Fatima was very pretty, with a kind smile that lit up the room. And Laolu was strong and handsome. They were very happy because they had 4 beautiful daughters. Each one was like a sparkly gem, bright and beautiful. But Fatima and Laolu were very poor. Every day, Laolu worked very hard. He went to other people's farms and did a lot of work just to make sure they had enough food to eat. It wasn't always a lot, but they were thankful for whatever they had. Fatima, too, helped a lot. She fetched water, washed clothes for other people, and carried loads in the market, all to add a little more for their family. But even with all their hard work, things were tough. The little girls were growing and they needed things like books and pencils for school. But Fatima and Laolu often found it hard to pay for these. Sometimes the girls would come home early from school because they couldn't pay the fees. It made Fatima and Laolu sad, but they hugged their daughters, played with them, and tried to make each day as happy as they could. Their home was always filled with laughter and the sound of little feet running around. Even though they didn't have much, Fatima and Laolu loved each other and their daughters so much. They believed that somehow things would get better. They just didn't know how yet. So, every night under the twinkling stars, Fatima and Laolu would sit outside their small house, hold hands, and dream of a better tomorrow for their sweet girls. They knew it wasn't easy, but they had hope, and that was something very special to have. One sunny morning, Laolu felt very heavy in his heart. He knew he needed to find a way to make things better for his family. So, he decided to visit his friend in the next village, hoping for some help. He walked a long way under the big blue sky, thinking about his little girls and Fatima. When Laolu reached his friend's house, he was welcomed with a warm smile. Laolu told his friend about the tough times they were having. He asked, "Can you help me with some money?" His friend listened carefully and then said, "Laolu, I won't just give you fish. I'll show you how to catch them so you won't be hungry again. Laolu didn't understand at first, but he nodded, hoping for some good news. His friend took him to see an old man called the herbalist who lived deep in the forest. The herbalist's house was odd, covered in strange marks and surrounded by weird plants. Laolu felt a shiver as he stepped inside. The air was thick with the smell of herbs and something else Laolu couldn't quite name. The herbalist listened to Laolu's story, his eyes twinkling in a strange way. Then he said, I can help you become very rich, but it comes with a price. Laolu was eager to know more. What do I need to do? He asked. The herbalist looked at him seriously and said, You must use your children in the ritual. They won't die, but they will suffer. Laolu was shocked and horrified. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. I can't do that, he said. I want the money to make my children's lives better, not to harm them. I'd rather leave than to do this to my own daughters. But then the herbalist said something scary. Now that your eyes have seen and your ears have heard, if you walk away, you won't make it home. Scared and desperate, Laolu felt trapped. He thought about their little house, the unpaid school fees, and the empty pots at dinner time. With a heavy heart, Laolu agreed to the herbalist's dark deal, hoping somehow it wouldn't be as bad as it sounded. The herbalist gave him a black powder and instructed him to mix it into his children's food. He left the herbalist's house with a small black pouch and a promise that things would change. But as he walked home, the weight of what he had agreed to felt heavier than anything he had ever carried. After Laolu came back from the herbalist's dark and spooky hut, he was quiet and sad. He did what the herbalist told him to do, putting a little bit of the black stuff into his daughter's food. He hoped with all his heart that it wouldn't hurt them, that somehow everything would be okay. But the next day, something strange and sad happened. A strong wind blew through the village like it was angry about something. It wasn't just any wind. It whistled and howled, rattling doors and shaking trees. Everyone in the village talked about this strange wind. But for Laolu's family, it brought something worse. His eldest daughter, the one with the brightest smile, lost her sight. She couldn't see anything anymore. She cried, saying everything was dark. Laolu's heart broke into 1,000 pieces. He wanted to believe it was just the wind, that it was a strange accident. But inside, he knew it was because of the black stuff. The village whispered about the wind and the sudden blindness of Laolu's daughter. Then, on a day that seemed just a little too quiet, a mysterious man came to the village. He wore all black, from his hat to his boots, and he carried a big, heavy sack. He walked straight to Laolu's house, his steps silent and swift. He told Laolu and Fatima that he had heard of their daughter's misfortune and had come to help. Do not open this sack until I leave, he said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Laolu and Fatima were puzzled, but hopeful. They watched the man walk away, and then they opened the sack. Inside, it was filled with money, shiny and gold. For a moment, they forgot their worries and danced around, laughing and holding each other. They thought this was the end of their troubles, that maybe the herbalist's deal wasn't so bad after all. But as the coins glittered in the sun, Fatima looked at her daughter, still unable to see, and felt a chill. The stranger had left them wealth, but the strong wind had taken something far more precious. Laolu tried to calm her fears, saying it was just a twist of fate. But he alone knew that this was just the beginning. He had made them pay a price for the coins, a price that was too high, and his wife, Fatima, knew nothing about it. With the sack of money, Laolu and Fatima's lives changed completely. They bought big farms and the largest store in the market. Their home was no longer small and shabby. It became a big, beautiful house with many rooms. Laolu and Fatima were now rich, and everyone in the village admired them. Their daughters too enjoyed the new luxurious life. They wore the prettiest clothes and had the most beautiful things. They ate the best food and never went hungry. People in the village started calling them princesses because of their new wealth and fancy lifestyle. But even with all the money and new things, there was still sadness in their home. Laulu's eldest daughter was still blind. Fatima often begged Laulu to use some of the money to take her to a healer. But Laulu always said no. That's her destiny, Laulu would say with a heavy heart. We can't change it. We can't. Fatima felt sad for her daughter, but she didn't know what to do. She trusted Laulu and believed that he knew best. The villagers sometimes whispered about the blind girl and wondered why Laolu didn't try to help her, but no one dared to ask him directly. So, while the family enjoyed their new wealth, there was always a shadow of sadness in their hearts. Laulu and Fatima tried to focus on the good things, but deep down, they knew that their happiness had come at a great cost. 2 years passed, and Laulu and Fatima continued to live a life of luxury. Their farms were prosperous, and their store was the biggest in the market. Their daughters enjoyed the finest things, but the shadow of the first sacrifice still lingered. Then, one day, the herbalist sent for Laolu. Laolu knew what this meant. He went to see the herbalist, who told him it was time to renew his wealth. This time, the sacrifice had to be his second daughter. Laolu felt his heart sink. He didn't want to harm another child, but the herbalist warned him again. If he didn't make the sacrifice, he would lose all his wealth and go mad. Laolu felt trapped. After much fear and reluctance, he agreed. He returned home with a heavy heart and mixed another black powder into his children's food. The next morning, his second daughter couldn't speak or hear. She became deaf and dumb. The family was heartbroken, and Fatima cried for her child. But Laulu told her it was destiny, just as he had before. A few days later, the same mysterious man in black appeared at their door. This time, he said he was traveling and asked to stay the night. By morning, he was gone, but he left behind another big sack of money. Laulu and Fatima opened it and found it filled with money again. They were rich once more. Fatima begged Laulu to use some of the money to help their second daughter, but Laulu refused. He insisted it was her fate, and there was nothing they could do. Fatima started to feel suspicious, but she stayed silent, not knowing what to believe. The family continued to live in luxury, but now, with two daughters who were suffering. Laulu and Fatima tried to enjoy their wealth, but the price they had paid weighed heavily on their hearts. The pattern repeated itself: a visit to the herbalist, a new affliction for another daughter, and a visit from the man in black with his cursed gifts. With each cycle, the family's wealth grew, and so did the silence in their home. Laughter became rare, and smiles were strained, as if they were trying to remember how they used to curve. Fatima watched her daughters change. Once full of mischief and mirth, they now moved through their days with a quietness that was too heavy for their young shoulders. She saw Laolu's once bright eyes grow darker with each secret he kept buried, each deal he struck in the shadows. Fatima began to feel that something was very wrong. She couldn't understand why their daughters were suffering so much while they had so much money. Laolu's refusal to help their children made her even more suspicious. She decided to find out the truth. One day, Fatima quietly followed Laolu as he left their home. She hid behind trees and bushes, making sure Laolu couldn't see her. Laolu walked to the herbalist's hut, and Fatima watched from a distance. Inside the hut, Laolu and the herbalist spoke in low voices. Fatima crept closer and listened carefully. Her heart pounded as she heard them talk about the sacrifices Laolu had made. She learned that it was Laolu who had caused their daughter's suffering by using them in the rituals to gain wealth. Fatima was horrified. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. The man she loved, the father of her children, had done such terrible things. She felt a mix of anger, sadness, and fear. She wanted to run away and tell everyone, but she was too scared. The herbalist had warned Laolu that they would both go mad if the truth came out. When Laolu left the hut, Fatima quickly hid. She watched him walk back to their home with heavy steps. Fatima stayed behind for a moment, trying to gather her thoughts. She knew she couldn't tell anyone without risking her life and her children's safety. Fatima returned home with a heavy heart. She looked at her daughters, feeling a deep sadness for what they had endured. She knew she had to find a way to protect her remaining daughter, but she felt powerless. She decided to keep the terrible secret, hoping that one day she could find a way to make things right. Time passed, and Fatima continued to carry the heavy burden of her secret. The family's wealth remained, but the cost weighed heavily on her heart. Then, one day, Laolu was summoned by the herbalist once more. Fatima's heart sank as she knew what this meant. At the herbalist's hut, Laolu was told that it was time for another ritual to renew their wealth. This time, the sacrifice had to be their last and only healthy daughter. Laolu felt a deep sense of dread. He couldn't bring himself to harm his last daughter. Under the heavy cloak of another restless night, Laolu returned home, with a grim face and a limping gait. Fatima's heart pounded as she noticed his discomfort, then decided to confront him. "I knew where you went. I knew you went to see the herbalist. What happened, Laolu?" she asked, her voice trembling with fear and concern. Laolu sat down, his face shadowed with pain and guilt. "The herbalist," he began, his voice barely a whisper. "He says we need to do more to keep our wealth. It's another ritual, a terrible one." Fatima held her breath, fearing the worst. She cried and begged him not to do it. Desperate and determined to save her daughter, Fatima went to see the herbalist herself. She fell to her knees and pleaded, "Please, there must be another way. I can't let you take my last child." The herbalist looked at her thoughtfully. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "There is an alternative," he said slowly, "but it involves great suffering for both of you." Fatima listened intently as the herbalist explained. "We will make a wound on Laolu's leg, and you, Fatima, must lick this wound every day. As long as you do this, your wealth will remain. But if you ever tell anyone about this, you will die." Fatima felt a deep chill run through her. The thought of licking a wound was repulsive, but the idea of losing her last daughter was unbearable. She looked at Laolu, who nodded reluctantly. They both knew they had no other choice. The next day, the herbalist made a wound on Laolu's leg. It was deep and painful, and Laolu winced in agony. Fatima stilled herself and began to lick the wound, tears streaming down her face. She did this every day, and as promised, their wealth continued to grow. The man in black returned more frequently, bringing sacks of money. The family was richer than ever, but Fatima and Laolu knew that their wealth was built on a terrible secret. Fatima endured the daily ritual, her heart heavy with sorrow and revulsion. She did it for her children, hoping to protect them from further harm. Though they lived in luxury, The shadow of their deeds hung over them. Fatima and Laolu were bound together by their secret, each day a painful reminder of the price they had paid for their wealth. As time went on, Fatima and Laolu's house looked more and more like a treasure chest. Every corner sparkled with new, fancy things. But even with all the shiny riches, a shadow of sadness filled the air. It felt like even though they had everything, they really had nothing at all. Every morning, Fatima had to do something very hard. She had to lick a never-healing wound on Laolu's leg. It was a scary task, and each time she did it, she felt sicker and sadder. Her bright eyes weren't sparkling anymore, and her skin didn't feel warm. Even after many baths, a yucky smell stuck to her, a smell that came from the darkness of the wound. The people in the village started whispering about Fatima. When she walked by, they would say, "Something's wrong with Fatima." The kids, who used to run up to her with big smiles, now stayed far away, making faces because of the bad smell. Fatima was really lonely. Her friends stopped coming by to chat. Laolu felt very sad too. He saw how sick Fatima was getting, and it hurt him because he knew it was all because of the choices he had made. Their house became a sad place. The air felt heavy, and it was hard to breathe. Fatima's task made her feel worse every day, and she missed the happy times. Their daughters were scared and confused. At night, they would whisper to each other, "What's happening to Mama?" They didn't understand why their mother was changing, why she looked so tired and sad. As Fatima got sicker, the village started to keep away from them more and more. They had a lot of money now, but it felt like they were trapped in a golden cage, cut off from everyone else. The bad smell and the secrets were too much for the people around them. Fatima knew things were really bad. She and Laolu felt stuck, unable to fix what was going wrong. Every day, when she went to help Laolu with his wound, she wasn't just sad about the pain. She was sad for all the happy days that seemed gone forever. As time went on, Fatima just kept getting sicker, and everyone in the village started to notice. There was a bad smell that followed her everywhere, and people couldn't stop talking about it. It was clear something very wrong was happening in their once happy home. One sunny morning, the village elders, who looked very worried, gathered under the big tree in the middle of the village. They had been watching Fatima get worse and felt they had to do something about it because the family's sudden riches seemed to make things even stranger. The oldest and wisest elder, a sharp-eyed old man, stood up and said firmly, "We can't just watch one of our own suffer like this. We need to find out what's really going on." Everyone around nodded, feeling scared, but knowing it was the right thing to do. With brave steps, the elders went to Laolu and Fatima's house. They went to Laolu and demanded that he take Fatima to a healer. Laolu, looking tired and sad, tried to tell the elders it was just a sickness that would pass. But the chief elder wasn't fooled. "We need to see what's causing this, Laolu. Tell us the truth. Now is the time," he demanded. But Laolu refused at first, fearing their secret would be revealed. But the villagers insisted. They sent strong men to Laolu's house to take Fatima to the healer by force if needed. The men arrived and found Fatima very weak and sick. They gently took her to the middle of the village where the healer waited. Laolu tried to stop them, but they tied him up to keep him from interfering. At the healer's place, the villagers gathered around, eager to learn the truth about Fatima's illness. The healer began her rituals, chanting and waving her hands over Fatima and Laolu. She looked at them with piercing eyes and said, "Tell us what you have done. The truth must come out." Laolu and Fatima were scared. They tried to stay silent, but the healer insisted. "The truth will set you free," he said. Laulu and Fatima were terrified, but they knew they could not hide anymore. Laulu took a deep breath and confessed, "I used our daughters for rituals," he said, his voice trembling. "The herbalist told me to do it, and I agreed. I put black powder in their food, and that's why they suffered." Fatima sobbed and added, "I licked the wound on Laolu's leg every day to keep our wealth. I did it to save our last daughter, but I grew sick because of it." The villagers gasped in horror. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. As Laolu and Fatima finished their confession, something miraculous happened. Their eldest daughter, who was blind, suddenly regained her sight. The second daughter, who was deaf and dumb, could hear and speak again. The third daughter, who had been ill, became healthy and strong. The villagers were amazed and relieved, but their anger towards Laolu and Fatima grew. The village elder stood up and declared, "Laolu, for your terrible deeds, you will be punished. You have brought great suffering upon your family and our village." Suddenly, Laolu screamed and ran mad. He tore at his clothes and ran into the bush, shouting and laughing wildly. The villagers watched as he disappeared into the forest, never to be seen again. The elders then turned to Fatima. "You should have spoken up earlier," they said. "You have also caused pain and suffering by keeping this secret. You are banished from our village." Fatima cried and begged for forgiveness, but the elders were firm. She left the village, her heart heavy with sorrow. She hoped her daughters would forgive her someday. The villagers, filled with compassion, took in Fatima's daughters. They cared for them, raised them as their own, and made sure they were happy and healthy. The daughters grew up surrounded by love and support from the entire village. And so, the tale of Fatima and Laulu ended with a powerful lesson for everyone. The pursuit of wealth at the cost of family and integrity leads to great suffering. True happiness comes from love, honesty, and caring for one another. The village continued to thrive, and the story of Fatima and Laulu was told for generations as a warning and a reminder of what truly matters in life. I hope you enjoyed the tale. If so, please like the video, share it with your family and friends, comment on it, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell for more enchanting tales like this one.
As she lay in bed, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. She knew the baby was coming. "Babatunde," she called out, "it's time." Babatunde jumped out of bed and rushed to her side. "We need to get you to the hospital," he said, trying to stay calm. With the help of their kind neighbors, Babatunde and Shade made their way to the nearest hospital. Finally, a nurse came out with a big smile on her face. "Congratulations, Mr. Babatunde," she said. "Your wife have just given birth to triplets, 2 boys and a girl." "Triplets?" he finally managed to say. "How will we manage with 3 more babies? 3 more babies?" The nurse smiled, faded, as she saw the worry in his eyes. Shade and Babatunde lived in a small remote part of the city, far away from the bustling center, where there were lots of opportunities. Their home was simple and old, with walls that needed repainting and roof that leaked when it rained. Despite its state, the house was their haven, a place filled with love and dreams. Shade and Babatunde had 2 lovely daughters named Tope and Tayo. Tope was the older one. She was 8 years old, with bright eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Tayo, just 6, had a cheerful disposition and a smile that could light up the darkest days. The family was very poor. They could not afford to eat 3 meals a day. Often, they would just have 1 meal, and sometimes they had to go to bed hungry. Babatunde tried his best to provide for his family. He worked as a laborer, taking up any small job he could find. He carried heavy loads at the market, fixed broken fences, and sometimes helped farmers in the fields. His hands were calloused and his back often ached, but he never complained. He was determined to support his family no matter how hard it gets. Shade worked too. She went from house to house, offering to clean for a little money. She scrubbed the floors, washed clothes, and did any other chores people needed help with. Shade was tired, but she kept going for the sake of her children. She dreamt of a better future for them, one where they could go to school and have enough to eat. Tope and Tayo were very good girls. They helped their mother around the house, fetching water from the well and gathering firewood for cooking. They never complained about their situation. Tope, the older one, understood their struggles more than her sister. She often tried to cheer up her mother, saying, "Mama, one day things will get better and you will see." Tayo, too young to understand the full extent of their hardship, still sensed the worry in her parents' eyes. She would hug her mother tightly and say, "Mama, don't be sad, I love you." Despite all the problems, Shade and Babatunde loved each other very much, and they loved their daughters too. They held on to the hope that one day things would get better. They believed that as long as they were together, they could face any challenge that came their way. Every evening, after a long day of work, the family would sit together outside their home. They would watch the sun set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Shade would tell her daughters stories about brave heroes and kind princesses. These stories were a way to escape their harsh reality, even if just for a little while. One evening, as they sat together, Babatunde looked at his daughters and felt a pang of guilt. He wished he could do more for them. "Shade," he said, "I promise one day I'll find a way to give our girls a better life. They deserve to go to school and have enough food to eat." Shade smiled at him. Though her eyes were tired, "I know you will, Babatunde. We just have to keep trying. Our love for each one of them is our greatest strength." Life in the remote part of the city was not easy. The roads were dusty, and during the rainy seasons, they turned into mud. There were no street lights, so the nights were very dark and sometimes scary. But the people in the community were close-knit with each other. They helped as much as they could, and when someone fell sick, neighbors would come together to offer support to them. When a baby was born, the whole community would also celebrate in their joy. One of such neighbors was Mama Ayo, an elderly woman who lived a few houses away. She often shared whatever little food she had with Shade's family. "It's not much," she would say, "but it's from my heart." Mama Ayo's kindness was a small ray of light in their difficult lives. Shade and Babatunde often talk about their dreams. They dreamed of a day when they would have enough money to fix their house, to buy new clothes for their daughters, and to send Tope and Tayo to school. They dreamed of a future where their daughters could become anything they wanted: a doctor, a teacher, or even an engineer. Tope, with her bright eyes, would say, "Mama, I want to be a doctor. I want to help people and make them feel better." Tayo, with her infectious smile, would add, "And I want to be a teacher. I want to teach children how to write and how to read." Shade and Babatunde would smile and encourage their daughters. "You can be anything you want to be," they would say. "Just keep dreaming and never give up." As they faced each new day, Shade and Babatunde held on to their dreams. They knew the road ahead would be tough, but they believed with love and determination they would overcome any obstacle. So they continued to work hard and care for their daughters and hope for a brighter future. One hot afternoon, Shade was working in the house of a wealthy family in the city. She scrubbed the floors with all her might, trying to make them shine. As she worked, she began to feel very dizzy. She thought it was because she had not eaten enough that day. She took a short break, drank some water, and then continued working. When she got home that evening, she felt even more tired than usual. Babatunde noticed and asked, "Shade, are you alright? You look very pale." "I'm just tired," she replied. "I'm trying to smile. It's been a long day." That night, after putting Tokpe and Tayo to bed, Shade sat with Babatunde outside their home. The moon was bright, casting a soft glow over the village. Shade took a deep breath and said, "Babatunde, I think I might be pregnant." Babatunde's eyes widened in surprise. "Pregnant?" he repeated. "But how can we manage another child? We're already struggling to feed ourselves and our two daughters." Shade looked down, feeling a mix of fear and hope. "I know it will be hard, Babatunde, but maybe this baby will bring us good luck. Maybe things will change for the better," she said softly. Babatunde sighed deeply. He knew Shade was right. They had faced many challenges together and always found a way to manage. "All right," he said, taking her hand. "We will get through this, just like we always have. It will be 3 kids and we will manage." As months passed, Shade's pregnancy progressed. Her neighbors noticed her growing belly and offered her words of encouragement. "You are strong, Shade," they would say. "You have a kind heart. This baby will be a blessing." Tokpe and Tayo were excited about having a new sibling. Tokpe would often place her hand on Shade's belly and feel the baby kick. "Mama, I can feel the baby moving," she would exclaim with joy. Tayo too was curious and would ask, "Mama, will it be a baby brother or a baby sister?" Shade would smile and say, "We will have to wait and see, but no matter what, this baby will be loved." Despite their excitement, life continued to be tough for Shade and Babatunde. They worked even harder, trying to save as much money as possible for the new baby. Shade's pregnancy made it difficult for her to do heavy work, but she pushed through the pain and the fatigue. One evening, as the family was sitting outside, Babatunde said, "Shade, I know things are hard now, but I believe in us. We have faced so many difficulties, and we have always come out stronger. This baby will bring us joy and happiness." Shade nodded, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. "You are right, Babatunde. We will make it through together." As Shade's due date approached, she grew more anxious. She worried about how they would afford the hospital bills and the cost of raising another child. She also felt a deep sense of determination. She knew she had to be strong for her family, especially her children. One night, as she lay in bed, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. She knew the baby was coming. "Babatunde," she called out, "it's time." Babatunde jumped out of bed and rushed to her side. "We need to get you to the hospital," he said, trying to stay calm. With the help of their kind neighbors, Babatunde and Shade made their way to the nearest hospital. It was a long and bumpy journey, but they finally arrived. Shade was taken into the delivery room, and Babatunde waited anxiously outside. Hours passed, and Babatunde paced up and down in the corridor. He prayed silently, hoping for a safe delivery. Finally, a nurse came out with a big smile on her face. "Congratulations, Mr. Babatunde," she said. "Your wife have just given birth to triplets, 2 boys and a girl." Babatunde stood in shock, unable to speak. "Triplets?" he finally managed to say. "How will we manage with 3 more babies? 3 more babies?" The nurse smiled, faded as she saw the worry in his eyes. I know it will be challenging, she admitted, but you have a strong wife and a supportive community. You will definitely find a way. Babatunde nodded, trying to process the news. He knew he needed to get some things for the babies, but as he walked out of the hospital, the reality of their situation hit him so hard. Overwhelmed by fear and doubt, he made a decision that would change their lives forever. He went home, packed his belongings, and left without a word. Back at the hospital, Sade waited for Babatunde to return. She cradled her 3 newborns in her arms, feeling a mix of joy and worry. Hours turned into days, and Babatunde never came back. Sade's heart broke, but she knew she had to be strong for her children. With the help of some good Samaritans, Sade managed to pay the hospital bills, and she was eventually discharged. She returned home with her 5 children, facing an uncertain future, but deep down, she believed that as long as they had each other, they would be able to survive. The news of Sade's triplets spread quickly through the village. People whispered and talked about it, some with joy, others with concern. Everyone knew how hard life has been for Sade and Babatunde, and now Sade had to face this new challenge alone. When Sade arrived home with her 3 newborns, she was greeted by her 2 daughters. They were both excited and curious about their new siblings. Tope, the older one, gently touched each baby's tiny hand. "Mama, they are so small," she said, her eyes wide with wonder. Tayo, standing on her tiptoes to see better, asked, "What are their names, Mama?" Sade smiled at her daughters. "This is Taiwo, this is Kainde, and this little one is Ido," she said, pointing to each baby. Tope and Tayo repeated the names, trying to remember them. Life became even more difficult for Sade. She had to care for 5 children now without Babatunde, and everything felt much harder. The neighbors continued to help as much as they could. Mama Ayo, the elderly woman who had always been so kind to Sade's family, brought food and helped with the babies. "You are not alone, my dear," she would say. "We are here for you." Sade was grateful for the support, but she knew she had to find a way to support her family on her own. She went back to work, taking the triplets with her. She carried them on her back and in her arms as she cleaned the houses and did laundry for other people. It was exhausting, but Sade's love for her children gave her more strength. Tope and Tayo helped their mother as much as they could. They fetched water, gathered firewood, and looked after the triplets when Sade was working. Despite their young age, they understood the importance of helping their mother. Tope, who was just 8, often said, "Mama, don't worry, we will take care of each other." The community continued to rally around Sade. The local church organized a fundraiser to help with some of the expenses. People donated clothes, food, and money. It wasn't much, but every little bit helped. The support from the community gave Sade hope and reminded her that she was not alone in her struggles. One day, as Sade was walking home from work with the triplets, she saw a government official putting up a notice. It was an announcement about a new program to help families in need. The program offered financial aid and support for single mothers. Sade's heart leaped with hope. She knew this could be the break she needed. She went to the local government office the next day to apply for the programs. She filled out the forms and explained her situation to the officials. They listened carefully and assured her that she would receive the help she needed. "You're a strong woman, Mrs. Sade," he said. "We will do everything we can to support you and your family." A few weeks later, Sade received her first payment from the government program. It was a payment to empower them to do more. It wasn't much, but it was enough to buy food and some essential items for her children. Shade felt a weight lift off her shoulders. For the first time in a long while, she felt hopeful about the future. As the months passed, Shade's hard work and determination began to pay off. She continued to work with the help of the government program and her neighbors. She managed to provide for her family. Tope and Tayo were finally able to go back to school. They were excited to learn and make new friends. Tope excelled in her studies. She loved reading and writing, and her teachers often praised her for her hard work and dedication. Tayo, with her cheerful personality, made friends easily and enjoyed going to school every day. Shade was proud of her daughters and encouraged them to always do their best, no matter what. Meanwhile, the triplets were growing fast. Taiwo, Kehinde, and Idowu were happy and healthy, thanks to Shade's love and care. They were a handful, always curious and full of energy. Despite the challenges, Shade found joy in watching them grow and learn. One evening, as Shade sat with her children outside their home, she thought about Babatunde. She wondered where he was and if he ever thought about them. She felt a mix of anger and sadness. How could he leave them when they needed him the most? But Shade knew she had to stay strong for her children. They depended on her, and she would do everything in her power to give them a better life. As they watched the sun set, painting the skies in beautiful colors, Tope turned to her mother and said, "Mama, when I grow up, I'll become a doctor and take care of you." Her mother smiled and hugged her. Tayo thought for a moment and said, "Mama, I also want to be a teacher. I want to help other children learn and be happy." Shade's heart swelled with pride. Despite all the hardships, her children had big dreams and hopeful hearts. She knew that as long as they had each other, they would face many challenges, but they would overcome. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, Shade's life became a whirlwind of responsibilities. She had 5 children to care for, and every day was a test of her strength and resilience. Despite the constant exhaustion, Shade woke up with each morning with a very big sense of purpose. Her children were her world, and she was determined to provide for them, no matter the challenge. The triplets were healthy and energetic, always exploring their surroundings and getting into mischief. Shade marveled at how quickly they were developing their unique personalities. Tayo and Tope were adapting very well to school. Tope, being the eldest, felt a sense of responsibility towards her younger siblings. She helped her mother with the household chores and took care of the triplets whenever Shade was at work. Tayo brought so much joy and laughter to the family, often playing with the triplets and teaching them new words. Shade's daily routine was exhausting. She would wake up before dawn to prepare breakfast and then walk Tope and Tayo to school before heading to her work, where she did cleaning jobs. She carried the triplets with her, strapping one on her back and holding the other 2 by hand. Her days were long and tiring, but she never complained. Her love for her children gave her strength to keep going. One day, as Shade was cleaning a very big house in the wealthier part of the city, she overheard a conversation between homeowners. They were talking about a new community center that offered free children care services and vocational training for widows and single mothers. Shade's heart leaped with hope. She knew this could be an opportunity to learn new skills and find better paying work. The next day, Shade visited the community center. She met with a friendly staff named Funke, who explained the programs they offered. "We provide free children care while you attend the classes," Funke said with a warm smile. "You can learn skills like sewing, baking, and computer literacy. We also have a job placement services to help you find work after your training." Shade felt a wave of relief wash over her. She signed up for the sewing classes and started bringing her children to the community center every day. The kids loved the center. They played with other kids and were cared for by the trained staff. For the first time in a long while, Shade felt a glimmer of hope for the future. Shade quickly learned how to sew. She practiced diligently, determined to master the skill. After a few months, she was able to make simple clothes and repairs. The community center helped her to find a job at a small tailoring shop. The pay was better than her cleaning jobs, and the hours were more flexible. With her new job, Shade's financial situation started to improve. She could afford better food for her children and even save a little money each month. She continued to work hard, always thinking about the future. She wanted to save enough to send the triplets to school when they were ready. Shade's hard work and determination continued to bear fruit. Tokpe and Tayo excelled in school, consistently earning top marks in their classes. Their teachers praised them for their dedication and intelligence. Shade felt immense pride in her daughters and encouraged them to keep working hard. One day, the principal of Tokpe and Tayo School called Shade in for a meeting. He had heard about Shade's struggle and was deeply moved by her story. "Your daughters are exceptionally bright," he said. "I want to offer them scholarships to cover their school fees and provide them with the resources they needed to succeed." Shade was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you so much. Thank you," she said, tears of joy streaming down her face. "This means everything to us." With the scholarships, Tope and Tayo were able to fully focus on their studies without worrying about the financial burden. They continued to excel, dreaming of the day when they could support their mother and give back to their community. The triplets too were now growing fast. Taiwo, Kehinde and Idowu were now old enough to start school. Shade used the money she had saved to enroll them in a local primary school. The triplets were excited to start their educational journey, just like their older sisters. As Shade watched her children grow and thrive, she felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Despite all the hardships, and she managed to provide them with a better life. She knew there were still challenges ahead, but she was ready to now face them even better. With her children now attending school and her job at the tailoring shop, providing a steady income, Shade felt a renewed sense of hope and determination. She knew that education was the key to a better future for her children, and she was willing to do whatever it took to ensure they had every opportunity to succeed. Tokpe and Tayo continued to excel in their school. They were both top of their classes, and their teachers often praised them for their hard work. One day, Tokpe and Tayo came home from school with exciting news. "Mama, our school is organizing a science fair," Tokpe exclaimed. "I want to participate and show everyone what I've learned." Shade's eyes lit up with pride. "That's wonderful, Tokpe. I'm sure you will do well. And what do you want to present?" "I want to make a model of the human heart," Tokpe said. "I've been studying it in my science book and I think it will be really interesting." Shade nodded in agreement. "That sounds like a great idea. We would gather all the materials you need and we would help you with the project." Meanwhile, Tayo was also excited about a different opportunity that had also come up in school. "Mama, our teacher told me about a writing competition. I want to enter and write a story about our family and the importance of never giving up." Shade hugged her daughters tightly. "I am so proud of you both. You are both talented and hardworking. Let's get started on your project right away." The next few weeks were very busy for Shade and her daughters. They worked on Tokpe's science fair project and Tayo's writing competition together. Shade spent her evenings helping Tope build the model of the human heart, using cardboard paper and paint. She also reviewed Tayo's story, offering suggestions and encouragement. When the day of the science fair arrived, Tope was nervous but excited. She carefully set up her model and explained how the heart works to the judges and other students. Her enthusiasm and knowledge impressed everyone and she won the first place in the competition. Sade's heart swelled with pride as she watched her daughter receive her award. Taya's writing competition was also a great success. Her story about family struggle and determination to overcome challenges touched the hearts of the judges. She won the first prize and was invited to read her story aloud at a special school assembly. Sade listened with tears in her eyes as Tayo shared her journey, feeling grateful for her daughter's talent and resilience. Back at home, the triplets were also making progress in school. They excelled, they loved maths, adventure, and storytelling. As the years passed, Sade's family continued to thrive. The community support, combined with the government program, made it possible for Sade to provide for her children and ensure they had access to education. Sade also continued to improve her sewing skills and even started taking on custom tailoring orders, which provided additional income. One day, Sade received an unexpected visitor at her shop. It was the principal of Tope and Tayo's school. He had heard about Sade's sewing business and wanted to place a large order for school uniforms. "Sade, your daughters have always spoken so highly of you," he said. "We need new uniforms for our students, and I thought who better would make them than you." Sade was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you so much, sir," she said. "This means a lot to me, and I will do my best to make the uniform very perfect." The large order kept Sade busy for weeks, and she was determined to do an excellent job for the school. She worked late into the night, carefully measuring, cutting, and sewing each uniform. When the uniforms were finally delivered, the principal and teachers were impressed with the quality of Sade's work. Words of her talent spread, and soon she had more orders from other schools and community members. With the additional income, Sade was able to save more money and even start a small savings account for her children. She knew that higher education would be essential for their success, and she wanted to be prepared for that day. As the years passed, Sade's children continued to grow and achieve their dreams. After leaving Sade and the children, Babatunde had moved to a faraway town called Ilesha. He hoped to start a new life and escape the guilt and regret that haunted him. In Ilesha, he met a kind woman named Yetunde. She was compassionate and loving, and Babatunde quickly fell in love with her. Yetunde and Babatunde got married, hoping to build a life together. Yetunde knew about Babatunde's past, but she believed in giving people second chances. "We all make mistakes," she would say. "What matters is that we learn from them and just try to be better people." Despite their love for each other, they both faced many challenges. They struggled to make ends meet as well, as Babatunde could only find occasional work as a laborer. Yetunde sold small items in the market, but it was never enough. They often went about without food and worried about their future. One evening, as they sat together in their small, run-down house, Yetunde sighed deeply. "Babatunde, we need to find a way to improve our situation. We can't keep living like this, so me, I can't take it." Babatunde nodded, feeling the weight of his failures. "Yetunde, I know. I've been trying to find a better work, but it's hard. I'm sorry for bringing you to this part of my life." Yetunde placed her hand on his. "It's not your fault. You just have to keep trying and not give up." They continued to struggle, but their greatest heartbreak came from their inability to have children. Despite their efforts and visits to many doctors and herbal care, Yetunde was unable to conceive. This added to Babatunde's guilt and deep regrets. He felt that he had failed as a husband and as a father as well. One day, Yetunde came back from work. She was determined and looked at Babatunde. Babatunde, I've been thinking, maybe we should just move back to your old village. Perhaps we can find better opportunities there. Babatunde's heart ached at the thought of returning to his old life and facing people that he had abandoned for years. Yetunde, I don't think that is a good idea. I left behind too much pain and regret, and I don't think I can face them. Yetunde sighed. I understand, but we can't keep living like this. We need a change. Maybe it's time to confront your past and try to make things right. Despite their difficulties, Yetunde remained supportive and hopeful. She encouraged Babatunde to keep trying, to believe that things would get better for them. However, as time went on, the constant struggle began to take a toll on their relationship. One night, Yetunde with tears in her eyes said, Babatunde, I love you, but I can't continue like this. This constant hardship is too much for me to bear, and I think it's best I leave. Babatunde's heart sank. He knew Yetunde was right, but the thought of losing her was so unbearable for him. Yetunde, please don't go. I will try harder and I promise. Yetunde shook her head sadly. I know you will, but I need to find my own path. I hope you understand. With a heavy heart, Yetunde packed her belongings and left. Babatunde was left alone, feeling more lost and hopeless than ever before. His health had begun to deteriorate, and he struggled to find the will to keep on going. Back in the village, Shade's life continued to improve. Her hard work and determinations were beginning to pay off even more, and her children were now thriving very well. Tokpe and Tayo began their university studies, each excelling in their chosen fields. Tokpe was soon recognized for her research in medical science, while Tayo's stories were published in various literary journals. They both remained deeply connected to their family and frequently visited home to support their mother and siblings. One evening, as the family sat together, Tokpe shared her latest achievement. Mama, I've been offered internship at a major hospital. It is a great opportunity to gain practical experience. Tayo added, and I have been invited to speak at the writers' conference about my journey and my work, and I can't believe how far we've come. Shade looked at her children, her heart bustling with pride. You have all worked so hard and achieved so much. I am proud of each of you. Your success is the greatest reward for all the struggles we faced. The triplets were also preparing for their future. Taiwo had been accepted into special mathematics program. Kehinde was set to attend a prestigious science camp, and Idowu had won a national storytelling competition. Shade's children continued to achieve success. They never forgot the sacrifices their mother made for them. Tokpe and Tayo, now successful in their careers, began to support their mother financially, ensuring she had everything she needed. One day, Tokpe said to Shade, Mama, we want you to take a break and rest. You've worked so hard for us. Let us take care of you now, they said. Shade smiled, her eyes filled with tears. Thank you, Tokpe. Thank you, Tayo. I am so blessed to have such wonderful children, and I am proud of you. Despite their success, the family remained humble and committed to helping others. They often returned to the village to support the community, sharing their resources and knowledge. Tokpe was now a doctor, ready to start her internship at the university hospital, while Tayo was eager to begin her teaching career. As the years passed, the triplets continued to excel as well. They became top in their class, and Shade's heart was full. She faced countless challenges, but through it all, she had raised 5 remarkable children. Their success was her greatest joy. One day, as Babatunde was walking through the town, he saw a television in his shop window. The news was on, and to his shock, he saw Shade and their children being interviewed. They were talking about their journey, the challenges they had overcome, and their success. Babatunde's heart ached with regret as he watched. He realized how much he had lost and how much his family had accomplished without him. He knew he needed to make amends and seek their forgiveness, but he was unsure how to do it. Determined to make things right, Babatunde decided to reach out to Shade and the children. He reached out to a mutual friend who helped him to find their whereabouts. With a heavy heart, Babatunde set out to find them, hoping for a chance to make things right. Babatunde's health had worsened, and he knew he couldn't wait any longer to make things right. And after contacting the friend who lived close to Shade, he managed to get Shade's address. With a heavy heart and weak body, he set out on his journey to reconcile with his family. When he arrived at Shade's house, he was filled with a mix of fear and hope. He knocked gently on the door, and it was Tayo who answered. She stared at him, not recognizing the frail man standing before her. Yes, can I help you? She asked politely. Tayo, Babatunde said, his voice trembling. It is me, your father. Tayo's eyes widened in shock. Papa, it is really you? Yes, my daughter, it is me, he replied, with tears filling his eyes. Tayo quickly called for her mother. Mama, please come. Oh. Shade appeared at the door, and when she saw Babatunde, her expression turned from surprise to a mix of emotions. Babatunde, she said quietly, what are you doing here? I have come to ask your forgiveness, Babatunde said, his voice breaking. I am so sorry for everything. I made a terrible mistake, leaving you and the children. Please forgive me, he said. Shade's face hardened. You left us when we needed you the most, she said, her voice steady but filled with pain. Do you know how hard it was? Tope and the triplets joined them at the door, curious about the commotion. Tope stepped forward. Papa, you left us. We struggled so much without you. How can you just come back? I understand your anger, Babatunde said, looking at his children. I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I am asking for it. I want to make things right if you will let me. Shade shook her head. Babatunde, you can't just walk back into our lives. It's too late for that. Please get out of our house. Babatunde's shoulders slumped in defeat. Please, Shade, just give me a chance to explain. But Shade, with tears in her eyes, closed the door on him. Go away, Babatunde. We don't want you here. Rejected and heartbroken, Babatunde returned to the small room he was staying in the village. Despite the initial rejection, he was determined to seek their forgiveness. Every day, he returned to their home, hoping they would listen to him. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months. Each time Babatunde knocked on the door, he was met with the same response. Yet, he did not give up. He would sit outside the house, waiting for a moment to speak with them. He became a familiar figure, sitting quietly with a look of remorse on his face. One evening, after several months, Shade finally opened the door. Babatunde, why do you keep coming back? She asked, her voice tired but softer. Because I need you to understand how sorry I am, he said, his voice breaking. I know I can never make up for what I did, but I want to try. Please just hear me out. Shade sighed deeply. You can speak, but know that this does not mean we forgive you. Babatunde nodded gratefully. Thank you, Shade. I am deeply sorry for abandoning you and the children. I was so scared and selfish, and I regret it every day. Please let me in any way I can. Shade listened, her heart heavy with a mix of emotions. Babatunde, you hurt us. You hurt us deeply, and it will take time for us to heal. Tope stepped forward. Papa, we do not trust you, but we see that you are trying. We can't let you back into our lives completely, but we can just help you from afar. The triplets nodded in agreement. You can't stay with us, Taiwo said, but we will help you get better. Babatunde's eyes filled with tears of gratitude. Thank you, I understand. I will do everything I can to earn your forgiveness. With the support of his family, Babatunde began his journey to recovery. Tokpe, a doctor, took charge of his medical care, ensuring he received the treatment he needed. Tayo coordinated his care, making sure he was comfortable in his small apartment. As weeks turned into months, Babatunde worked hard to regain his family's trust. He lived in a small apartment and visited regularly. He tried to make up for the lost time, but the triplets, who were now in university, began to warm up to him, appreciating his efforts. Babatunde's persistence and genuine remorse gradually softened the hearts of Shade and her children. Although they had made it clear that he could not live with them, they decided to support him from a distance. Tayo, always nurturing, visited Babatunde regularly to bring him home-cooked meals and check on his well-being. "Papa, we've prepared some of your favorite dishes," she said during one visit. "You need to eat well and regain your strength." The triplets balanced their university studies with supporting their father's recovery. Taiwo often helped with practical matters, ensuring Babatunde's apartment was in good condition. Kehinde, with his interest in science, would often discuss his projects with Babatunde, keeping him engaged and mentally stimulated. Idowu, the storyteller, frequently shared his latest stories and writings with Babatunde. "Papa, I wrote a new story about forgiveness," Idowu said. "I hope you liked it." Although Babatunde lived separately, but this act of kindness and support from his children helped to slowly mend their broken bonds. He appreciated their efforts and worked hard to prove he was worthy of their trust. He began to volunteer at local community centers, helping others in need and sharing his story of redemption. One day, as they gathered at Shade's home for a special dinner, Babatunde spoke up. "I want to thank all of you for inviting me and giving me a second chance. I know I can never undo the past, but I am committed to making a better and being a better person. Your support means everything to me." Shade looked at Babatunde, her expression softened by time and understanding. "We all have made mistakes, Babatunde," she said. "What matters is that we learn from them and move forward. You have shown us that you are willing to change, and for that, we are excited." Tokpe and Tayo continue to support their family and contribute to their community. Tokpe, a respected doctor, was known for her dedication and compassion, while Tayo, a passionate teacher, was leading an initiative to improve literacy rates in the community. I want every child in our village to have the chance to learn and succeed. The triplets were also making remarkable progress in their respective fields. Taiwo was excelling in his engineering program. Kehinde was gaining recognition for his architectural design, and Idowu's story were being published in literary journals. They were all committed to using their talent to make a positive impact. As they looked forward to the future, they knew that their bond was stronger than ever. They had learned the power of forgiveness and the importance of resilience and the value of love and support. Shade's heart was full as she looked at her children and the progress they had made. She knew that their journey was not over, but with the love and support they had for each other, they would overcome any obstacles. Their story was one of redemption, forgiveness, and the unbreakable bonds of family. This story underscores the importance of resilience and perseverance in the face of adversity. Shade's unwavering determination to provide for her children despite overwhelming challenges illustrates the power of a mother's love and dedication. It also highlights the consequences of abandoning one's responsibility as seen through Babatunde's struggles and eventual regrets. Ultimately, the story teaches us that forgiveness is essential for healing, actions have lasting impact, and true redemption requires acknowledging one's mistake and making amends.